Hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining this event. I see Kedar is also here. Hi Kedar.
Yeah, hi Amit. Can you hear me?
Yes, good to see you again. I can hear you. How
Same
are
here.
you doing?
I'm good. How are you been?
Thank you so much. I just needed to adjust my lighting. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good to see you again. Super excited for this event. We had over 400 people registered for the event. So I
Crazy.
guess it's a weekend. On Saturday, we are now close to 100 people joined the event. But of course, this number will increase as we move forward. So we didn't want it to wait longer. People will join on the way, and they'll see the progress. I appreciate your time, guys, for joining this event. It will be a great weekend together with Kedar. Kedar is one of the pioneers in using AI, and his work has been quite interesting recently. And I was following his account on LinkedIn and also Instagram. I was seeing all the videos you were making, the patterns that you were
Yeah.
generating as
Yeah.
a basic concept and turning it to a facade or a building and experimenting with different type of design styles. So it was quite entertaining. So we gather here today to learn how you are using AI tools in your workflow, daily workflow. And I will leave more room for yourself to introduce yourself. I know you have a very good background in architecture, and you've been collaborating with large firms as well. So before going ahead, I want you to, in just 2 minutes, tell us what we're going to learn in this upcoming 5 hours.
Yeah. Thank you,
Just a
Amit, for the
brief, yeah.
introduction. Yeah. So just a brief. So let's say the workshop is in 4 steps. The first step, we will be learning basic of Rhino Grasshopper, creating the patterns that you spoke of. It could be parametric patterns. And then the second part would be like creating images, let's say in Midjourney or any AI tool for style transferring. And then the third part will be focused on ComfyUI, where we will see how to convert that pattern into an architectural space. So from whatever we generate in the second step, that we will use as a reference image for the third step. And lastly,
Mhm.
we will be using, let's say, Luma AI to kind of connect all of those images and to create, let's say, a walk around from whatever the images we have done. Yeah. So that's mostly
Okay.
what we'll be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so excited about it. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
this brief summary, and we can't wait to get into it. But before giving you the stage, I'll do showcase some updates that we have in the PA Academy and introduce some of the upcoming workshops as well. And then I will hand you the microphone so you can you can start the presentation and start the session. Okay, now we are almost over 101 people. So let me just share my screen. I think it's a good timing to do. Okay. So guys, this is the upcoming workshop section that we have in our website. As you enter PAACADEMY.com, this is our homepage. You can click on here on the courses section, and this is the upcoming workshops that we have. And if you click the upcoming workshops, you can see the listed. This one is obviously live now with the event with Kedar. Next weekend, we have parametric optimizations with Estefano Bastia. We will focus on parametric facade systems and how to design these kind of parametric facades and with using Rhino Grasshopper. Estefano is an architect and computational designer. He has also lectured in CDNext 14. For those one of you who attended CDNext 14, you know his lecture. And now we're going to do a workshop with him and our platform. The weekend after that, we have Adaptive Fashion, which is a workshop focused on variables and fashion design. We will do it with Laura Givetti. Laura Givetti is a fashion tech designer, and she's been quite active in the field of fashion design using different tools and technologies, 3D printing them, and also different methods of fabrication. And if you go here, she was also a part of CDNX 16 as well. She lectured on her works as well. So the weekend after that, we have this workshop. And the next weekend, we have Sculpture Synergy with VR, which is another virtual reality workshop with Christian Venabilis. Christian is also computational designer and who's focused on designing with virtual reality and using Adobe Spark and also Gravity Sketch. We did design in virtual reality before. This one now is Sculpture Synergy in VR, which is a VR workshop. So you will be designing geometries and structures and virtual environments. The weekend after that, we have building enveloped data, and Martina Rosati from Zaha Hadid Architects will lead this workshop. It's mostly focused on the data analysis, not data analysis, designing with data and structures with Revit, Rhino, Grasshopper. And Martina is a lead architect in Zaha Hadid Architects, and she has graduated from AADRL and also UCL Bartlett. I would suggest not to miss this workshop. We have Transforming Architecture 3D models at Ethereal Art. This workshop is only for members only workshop. And if you're interested to know how to create these kind of artistic forms and structures, you can join this workshop. We'll do it with Arturo Del Razo, who's a Mexican architect living in Italy. The week after that, almost in December, end of November, December, we have AI-driven design practice with Cass Esbach. Cass Esbach is an architect from a leading architect from MVRDV, and we did a good workshop with him before. He's working as a lead architect at MVRDV, and the workshop that we did with him before almost had 900 attendees. So if you're interested to join this one, you can make sure that you check the previous one as well. But this one is almost a very awaited workshop as well. EcoFocus is a robotic fabrication workshop, and we have been doing quite recently quite a good number of 3D printing workshops and focusing on digital fabrication as well. Fadil will teach this workshop. It's 3D printing workshops are really great because sometimes we have live demo of them as well. Students design during the workshop and we print them in the second day. So Fadil is also a computational designer who was at EAC in Barcelona, and he's working as a computational designer as well. And finally, we have our membership program. For some of those workshops, you can just join with €399 per month and access all of our membership workshops. And if you become a gold member, of course, you will get the full year accessing all our membership workshops. And if you're so much interested to join all our events, you can become a full access and enter all our upcoming workshops and previous workshops as well. So this one is billed annually, but it's almost like €100 per month. So you can access more than 140 workshops in our platform. So if you come here, you can see the member-only workshops. This is a member-only courses, which you can attend with only €4. It's almost like a less than Starbucks coffee. These are the free workshops that we had before. Just a single account in our workshop, you can access. With a single account in our website, you can access all these workshops as well. And finally, we have a competition that I will announce right now. We have announced before, of course. Oh, just give me a second. I need to go and discover it. We had it in here. Okay, AI in practice. So we have an upcoming competition where we have a prize pool of $5,000. AI in practice competition, and we will do it in collaboration. We're doing it in collaboration with Studio Team Fu, and the whole competition is about designing and conceptualizing a landmark building in the heart of London. You can use AI tools, and the main focus of the competition is to use AI tools to present this project. You can also use other tools as well. Feel free about it. And if you become a winner, if you submit your project, you can become a winner and you can win 2,200 cash prize. If you become second place, 1,300 cash prize. Third place, $900 USD cash prize. If you become an honorable mention, you can have $200 cash prize. All of them will have a featured publication on all PA platforms and a certificate of public participation. And also, if you're a student and if you're interested, or if you are an architect, you're interested to join as an internship for Studio Team Fu, you can use this option as well. You can use you can submit your project, become a winner, and join an internship in Studio Team Fu's in London. And there are a couple of critical deadlines that you don't have to miss. These are the calendars that we have. It's almost like the registration deadline is in a couple of days. The submission deadline is October 22, and the registration deadline is almost like in 20th of October. It's written somewhere. I didn't find it in here. Sorry, guys. And until November 15, the entire results will be announced. So please take your time, and these are the jury members as well. Please take your time, and if you are interested in AI, just with a day of work, you can have the chance of winning $2,200 in cash prize. And these are the challenges that we had before in our platform. You can make sure to check that one as well. And finally, we have a discount code to join for our upcoming workshops. You can use upcoming 20 to get 20% discount for all our upcoming workshops. The code is active only for 2 days, 48 hours. You can join our upcoming workshops using this code. If any of the workshops that I showcased you are interested in, you can use this discount code to get 20% discount. And if you are a member, you will get 35% discount code. That being said, I want you to suggest so you can join Discord channel. We will be communicating through Discord. Kedar, I didn't see you joining Discord. Are you on Discord?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here on Discord.
Okay, what is your name? I couldn't find you.
It's same Kedar Undale.
Kedar. Let me see, because I need to label you as instructor, so Kedar. Okay, Kedar. Okay, you are labeled as instructor already. Okay, great. Perfect. So, guys, please join our Discord channel, and the main communication will be through Discord. We will use the Zoom chat section limitly, but everything that will be discussed and questions and everything will be through Discord. Kedar will have an eye on the Discord as well. If you have written anything in the questions channel, we will check that part. If you need any tech support, make sure to write in the community or inquiries, and there we will try to help you. Other than that, I'm just going to end my screen sharing and get back to you, Kedar. And we can't wait to see your design workflow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. So I just have made a presentation to introduce me as well, what I do and what we will be doing in the workshop. So we will be seeing what to do in the presentation and then working hands-on with the tools, right? Second, too many windows. All right. So yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Kedar. I am an architect, educator, parametric and AI designer. I have a master's degree from EAC in Barcelona. And then I got opportunities working as an architect and a computational parametric designer. Most of my work experience include teaching. I teach mostly digital fabrication and parametric design, and now have been started teaching generative AI as well. Um, so just to tell you what I do exactly. So basically what inspires me is complex geometries, fabrication methods, bio-inspired design, and of course, these days generative AI. So using all these interests, um, I create facades, I do industrial product modeling, poster design, retrofitting, renovation, parametric modeling fabrication, and geometry clustering and optimization. So basically, I work very closely with complex surfaces that could be singly, doubly curved and see how to rationalize them and fabricate them. In my teaching side, I like to experiment with the same interests that I have in my work side, but here to work with students and see how to fabricate things in, let's say, a scale model or a life size model, and see what kind of fabrication is available near to that university or to that organization. For example, the one that I did with Digital Futures, it was totally online, and we were getting out of the COVID-19. So I came up with a workshop of not to go to a digital fabrication machine, but how to do it in home itself. So most of my teaching uh, methods are curated to what kind of a workshop I'm planning, right? And lastly, as an, let's say, an artist, I like to work with intangible elements like sound, gravity, and wind to visualize them again using parametric design. Few of my artworks have been featured by Homegrown magazine in India. Here, apart from forms, I explore how colors help in adding more information to the design. Okay? So that's mostly about me and what I do. Right now, coming to the topic of generative AI, why did I invest time in learning generative AI? Right. Um, so for me, it was these three things. Number one, I noticed that with generative AI, I was able to add new information to my design because it helped me to add new information. Plus, it was taking clues from the shapes or the pattern that I was giving this, right? Apart from that, it also helped me time saving. As a computational designer who works with, like I said, complex surfaces, it's important for me to visualize these shapes or forms quickly and also see how is they feasible or not, right? And lastly, it also helped. I mean, it does help in understanding my own design language, you know. But the question to me was, where do you start learning about generative AI, right? Because as of today, there is no standardized process of where to learn generative AI, you know. So I decided to invest 100 days from last year December to this year March. I took carried out an independent research experiment to see how and where I can start learning about generative AI. Prior to this, also I was working with generative AI, but it was more like, let's say I was working at a mercy of AI. I would prompt something, AI would give it, and I would be happy. But in this 100 days, I spent time learning what is happening at the back end and which tool to use when and for what purpose. Right? This is just a glimpse of what I did in those 100 days. Each day was exploring different concept or any new tool that came up. For example, they added style transfer or style reference, character reference in Midjourney, control net, IP adapter, and all those sorts of things. Exploring video tools, all of those, you know, on a daily basis. Just sharing you what I did in those 100 days. And in the end, I trained images on my face and created a log, okay? Or basically a row rank adaptation, right? Now, once this 100 days were done, I sat down and made comparison of the different tools that I used or tested. And ComfyUI was one of the most that I used constantly. Where it lacks, to be honest with you, is ease of setup and learning curve, right? The second tool that I really enjoyed was Dali. I think it's because of its prompt accuracy. I don't think any tool, in my experience, gives prompt accuracy as much as Dali. And then came Automatic 1111 and Midjourney, right? Basically, ComfyUI and Automatic 1111 are the change is the UI, the backend is Stable Diffusion, right? The Automatic 1111, I don't really still understand how to use it. And Midjourney is really great, like we will see now. But in terms of pricing, it's still like it's a lot to pay. And then coming to ComfyUI. So generally, these are the few things that I work with in ComfyUI. I explore all the new nodes that have been released in Comfy, but I find myself using for these four workflows a lot. The first one is like image to render, where let's say I design anything in any particular tool, and then how do you render it to see it in different contexts or different materials. And then second is I call it image to design, where let's say you have an existing image of a context, whatever it could be. You sketch on it, or you bring your own pattern from any particular design tool, and how do you generate image from that, right? And then of course, I work less with LoRa's, but I do use some of them. For example, in this case, where I wanted to see how the building would retain its structure, but give me iterations with the design, right? If you don't know what is a LoRa, it is basically low-rank adaptation, where the models are trained for a specific task, right? For example, I could train LoRa for my own face, and it would generate similar faces, or it could be an architectural style. So that's what LoRa stands for. Okay. And the last thing, which I'm still looking for, is image to 3D model generation. Like in this case, I used a component called Tripo SR. It does good, but somehow it does not work very well if the geometry is complex, right? The output is a mesh. I put that output in Rhino and then converted that into a sub-D model, which is kind of a modeling thing that you can do in Rhino, right? So this is mostly about me and my journey with generative AI and what I've been working so far, right? Uh, Now coming to the workshop, finally, which is AI and parametric negotiation, right? A lot of people message me like, why the word negotiation, right? It's I don't know, why the word negotiation, right? So generally, I see two ways of using generative AI, or I see a lot of people using generative AI for two ways. One is for rendering, which means that you have your own design that is rendered with different materials, different context, climates, environments, and things like that. And second is for creating a new concepts, right? For example, this one I was imagining architecture from Indian suites, right? Don't get me wrong, I use generative AI for these two cases as well. But somehow in these two cases, I don't see a shared intelligence between us and AI. Um, and when I started the series, so actually I started a series called Negotiating Renders with AI in May this year, where again it started with me just rendering the design of whatever I had done in Rhino. And of course, it had a lot of fails. Like it was difficult for me to convince or control AI. I realized that if I put simple forms, AI understands very well. But with any complexity, I was not getting results. But somehow I did end up getting good results using different nodes, right? Then I started wondering, like, where else can I use this similar workflow? Okay. And then I started rendering everything possible. Like I would model simple like boxes and anything and see how AI could convert them into architectural spaces, or rendering plans by using different representation styles by keeping the same layout, whatever the design is. But somehow, while doing all of this, I still came back to the notion of, is this shared intelligence between us and AI, or who is doing the more work, right? So in the first case, which let's say I call it precise rendering process, I felt like I am doing a lot of work, which is the designer, and AI is doing less work. And the second case, I feel like the designer or us are doing less work and AI does more work. And automatically, whoever works more controls the output, right? So I was looking for something called, let's say, a negotiable space where, like both our intelligence can come together. And I call it human AI latent space. Okay. And it was until the sixth iteration of the series where I was like, okay, let's see how much minimum info I need to give to AI so it can push or render things, right? And so I started it with these patterns, and immediately I understood that, okay, I can give information to AI and it adds value to it, right? I did not add this depth in my design, but AI itself was adding it, you know, and then slowly iterating over these processes at the, version 12, I was like, okay, I want to give more or less information to AI and see what exactly it can do. And what was surprising to me was especially how AI was easily offsetting things. Like you see, the windows are correctly offsetted and the geometry is exact to what I provided, and hence the title of the workshop, AI and Parametric Negotiation. Any questions so far? Let me just check if there are any questions in the chat. Okay, perfect. All right. So coming to the agenda of the workshop. So right now we are here. We need to do all of this, right? So like I explained to Hamid, what we'll be doing in the workshop is that we'll be first creating patterns, could be 2D, right, in Rhino and Grasshopper. And then we create image for style transferring. Any AI tool works. I will be focusing on mid-journey, then break time, and then we work with ComfyUI, which is using ControlNet and IP adapter. And then lastly, we will stitch all of those images frame by frame in Luma AI because of their new last and first frame feature and the camera feature, right? Just seeing this in more visually to create any pattern, right? We use image for style transferring, we get the render, and then we will stitch that into Luma AI. Right. Now, what this process actually helped me is that it gave me new information in my design. Like, for example, this pattern was totally flat, right? But when AI rendered it, I understood that, okay, I can add another depth to design, right? And so I took it one step further. I pushed all of this into Rhino, started modeling it. So this was the original pattern. I just mirrored it in two sides and then adjusted the wave as per AI. Like, because AI told me that you can give 3 dimension in two sides as well. Adjusted the floor plates because, for practicality, gave it thickness and then added columns and details, right? And then, so this was just a process of how I modeled it. This was the 3D model. And then I split it in different floors and put it for 3D printing. Right. So this also allows us not to stay in the digital realm, but because we are giving it some kind of a pattern, we know that how practical or is it feasible or not. That can also be checked out. Right? Okay. So coming to the step one, which is modeling in Rhino. Okay, let me go with the questions. Love the idea. Thank you. For later, it is possible to see workflow for floor plan renders. Yeah, let's see if that's if time permits, definitely. is this possible practically their kind of design? Yeah, like I showed you, you can convert this into further into, 3D printing and take it further as well. You mentioned something about training a model. Can you tell more about it? I'm interested in this, but I don't know from where to start. Yeah, sure. If time permits, I can tell you. Basically, by training a model, I mean you're training low rank adaptation, which is a LoRa. So you give it, let's say 50 to 100 images, and then it creates a sample for you. So if I give 50 images of my face, it is going to create a model from me, right? And that could be for architectural styles as well. Yeah. ComfyUI and Luma AI needs any subscription, or should we download any software? You don't need to download. You need to download Rhino and Grasshopper. Luma AI doesn't need any subscription. It allows 30 generations per month free, so that's fine. ComfyUI you will need to install locally on your computer, right? We can see that when we come to that stage post break if you have not installed. But right now, you will need Rhino and Grasshopper to do the first part. Does Lumaya need some? No, it needs subscription if you want things to happen right away. But it gives us 30 images free. So, you know, will you be sharing any Rhino or Grasshopper files that it's hard to follow them? Yeah, so once I finish as I'm modeling, I will let me put a link to the drive as well. So you can download things from the drive, right? Does Comfy need high PC requirement? No, Luma is going to work on, we don't need to do anything for Luma. Comfy does. I think if your computer has any 2000 series NVIDIA card, like is it 20? Because I've tested it with 3050, RTX 3050. I'm not sure if it works lower than that. 2060 also, 2070 should also work. Does Rhino 7 should fine? Yeah, Rhino 7 is fine. We are not going to go in new features of Rhino 8. All right. Looks like most of the questions are answered. Okay. So coming to modeling in Rhino. So like I said, we will be modeling 2D, could be geometries and 2D patterns, and that will be converted into renders, right? A few things to remember or note is that when we design, let's not design in forms which are floating. Like it's difficult for AI to understand that what is the base or what is the top, right? You see this arc of the circle is left hanging, but the idea still remains that how minimum information you want to give to AI to, take it further. Similarly, in this case, this part of the arc was not attended by AI, it just left it in there. Right? But when you add, let's say, a reference or kind of a datum, right? So AI understands that, okay, this is the base which the designer wants, and then I can design around it. And for this example, I added a top and a bottom line, and AI understood, okay, this is the boundary of this particular design, and maybe we can fit it, right? So we will need to give some sort of a line, or it doesn't have to be straight line. This line could have been slanted, doesn't matter, but some kind of a reference for AI to understand. Right? And these are some of the shapes that work, like I tested and these shapes kind of work, right? After doing this in Rhino, we will work with patterns. For this, we need Grasshopper, and then these patterns will then be transformed into, different rendering styles. Right? Okay, so let's start modeling. So I've created a new folder called files, and I will upload all the files that I'm working on. Could be Rhino, Grasshopper, any file. And if at any point you feel left out, like you are back in this process, you can open this drive, right? So um, let's begin. So you can just start opening Rhino, simple. So in the chat, if you can tell me how many of you have used Rhino before, how many of you using it for first time, so I just understand the pace at which I need to go, and if you have used Grasshopper before or not. First time. Familiar. First time, but I've used other 3D software. Okay, that's good. First time. Used Grasshopper and Rhino many times. I've used it without Grasshopper. Used Rhino, but I'm rusty now. I'm good in Rhino. Wrote to Rhino, but new to Grasshopper. Okay. Okay. So I will go with the basics of what we are doing, right? So, oh, somebody's throwing Rhino and Grasshopper. Nice. Okay. So the first thing is whenever you open a Rhino window, right, you will be greeted by this. You'll be greeted by these 4 screens, right? And the way to navigate is that you can click on that particular view, and you can navigate it. So you can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and zoom out in any particular viewport, right? So if I want to see the top view, I can zoom in here. If I want to see the front view, I can click and zoom in here. And that goes for everything, each of those views, right? And if I want to specifically work in one view, let's say I want to only work in the top view or only the right view, I can double click on it wherever the word of that particular view is. So let's say it's top. I can double click on it and now I'm only working in top view, right? And if I want to see all the 4 windows back, I can double click top again and then I'm greeted again with these 4 windows. Let's say now I want to work in right. So I'll double click on right and then I can again go in that particular view, right? So we will be not going in much depth of modeling complex things. Um, are you working in feet or meters? The units doesn't matter because right now I'm working millimeters, but the unit doesn't really matter because we're just creating patterns and then converting that into renders. So units doesn't matter really, but I'm working with millimeters, right? So that's what you do. You can zoom in, zoom out, right? And then the other thing is that you can work with layer. So similarly, if anybody has worked with any kind of, it could be Photoshop, AutoCAD, any kind of tool, you know that you have a layer, right? And to call out any command in Rhino, you type the entire thing. So let's say you can, of course, put shortcuts, to a particular tool. But generally, you can just type it. Let's say I want a line. So I can type LINE line and create it anywhere on the canvas on this viewport. Okay. If I want a circle, so basically you can type the entire command and you can use it. Okay. There, of course, you can set shortcuts, but we won't go in that aspect of Rhino. Okay. So the first thing is let's go in top view because we are working with 2D patterns, right? So let's stick to top view for now. Right now, in this case, you can create any pattern, right? Just create patterns, right? For example, if I just want to create a circle, I can type circle here. The scale is immaterial, right? It could be this big or it could be this big, right? We're not really concerned about scale here because when we create the image, right, from this, then the scale really matters. So if I take a screenshot this big, so that's when the scale really matters, not when we are designing any particular shape, right? So you could draw, let's say, like I said, you can draw a circle. So you can type the entire command, circle, and then one thing with Rhino is that whenever you take any command, there are multiple options that come up at the top of your window. So here it's asking me vertical, whether it's a circle 2-point, 3-point, whether it's from a tangent and things like that. But I just want to draw a generic circle, right? And then I draw a circle as simple as that. Okay. And then, like I said, or like I mentioned, that you need to have one kind of a guide for AI to understand, because right now, this particular circle is floating in air, right? There's no boundary to it. You could draw a box around it, but like I said, I prefer adding some kind of a basic information to AI. So I can type a line in Rhino and just create a line, right? This can be done in Paint as well. We don't really need Rhino or Grasshopper, but we need for the creating the parametric patterns, right? In this step, anything is fine. So you can create any pattern that you want, right? A couple of things I can show you is one is circle, one is line. Then one thing that I like to do is use a command called blend curve. So basically, let us say you have a line, two lines. One line is here and the other line is here. And I want to make a smooth curve between these two lines, right? So I use a command called blend, BLENDCRV, blend curve. And then, like, like I said, on the top of Rhino viewport, it will ask you select curve to blend. So I can select both of these curves and then it gives me these kind of curve. So if I want it to be exact, I can click here on position. If I want it to be with respect to the tangent or the curvature. So basically this is going to take it more close to, to the line. Right? Can you please repeat once more? Okay. Um, you mean from the beginning or you mean only the blend curve part? Okay. So basically, you can draw a line. So let's say I draw a line, type LINE line, draw it anywhere on the on this viewport. Let's say I draw a vertical line, and then I can draw a horizontal line here. Okay, and then I type BLEND CRV, blend curve. Okay, and then you can select at the tip. So it depends on where you click. So if I click at this tip, and if I click at this tip, it will join this part and this part. Right? So it be careful where you click. So let's say I will do it again, blend curve. If I click here and if I click here, then I end up with something like that, right? It could be any line. It's basically to join them, right? Blend curve from this to this, and yeah, perfect, right? And similarly for this one also, I can draw a line and say line from this part to this part, just to give it a reference, right? Just to tell AI what is the base for it to refer to, right? Um, One tool in Rhino which is very helpful is called Gumball. So you see when I click on this line, I get these two arrows, right? And the circle and things like that. So in the bottom of your screen, you should see something called as Gumball C plane. So if you on it, you should see that those particular arrows and arcs and all that. Okay. What this does, it helps you to move things quickly. Rather than typing move, you can directly use this arrow and move things. You can, by using this box, you can scale it in one dimension, or if you hold shift, you can scale in both the dimensions, right? And then you can also rotate using this arc, you know, so it becomes easier, right? And if you want to add a specific value to it, let's say that I want to rotate this by 45 degrees. So I can click on it. I click on the arc and I can type here. Let's say it's 45, enter. So now it rotates 45 degrees, right? So that also you can do. So you need to on something called as gumball here. That gives you all these three, I think it's three, and right now they've added cut as well. So 4 or 5 features, right? So I can scale this and then I can make a copy of this. Check if there have been any questions in Discord. The pattern in vectorial software as Illustrator. Yeah, I think if you can make patterns in Illustrator, that's also fine. Okay, perfect. Now we need to just take a screenshot of this. Okay. Can't see the coordinates to move the object. Can't see the coordinates to move the object. So did you on this gumball on your computer? I think if you on this, you should be able to see the coordinates. Okay. Once you do this, right, now the next step is very important. We have done whatever shape we want. Now the next step is to translate or help AI to understand this shape, right? So we need to take an image of this, okay? So the simplest way is to print it. So you can either go to File and say Print, or you can hit Control P on your keyboard, right? So if you hit Control P on your keyboard, you are greeted with these new functions, okay? Uh, The resolution that I find okay working with is 960 by 1200, which is a 4 by 5 ratio. You can keep it any resolution you want. Let's say you want a square image. Let's say you want a landscape image, right? But remember to try to use the same resolution later when you're using in the second step in Midjourney to create images. So right now I can keep a resolution of 960 by 1200 pixels, right? Remember the size that you use right now is what the AI image will be, right? So if you create an image, which is let's say 3000 by 4000, it is going to take a lot of time for AI to render it, right? I find that 960 by 1200 is a good resolution. It takes around 20 to 30 seconds for AI to render, sometimes less, sometimes more. But I find this to be a good resolution. You can take lesser as well, right? So 960 by 1200 works well, right? And then right now we see that the window, the design is only here. What we can do is that we can then below, there is something called view and output scale. You can just click on set, right? So by clicking on set, it'll ask me what is your thing that you want to print, right? So we're just going to click on set so that, and once you select, you can hit enter or spacebar, and now we will see the shape here, right? So this is what will be printed. Okay. Other thing that you can do is you can, if you scroll down, so sometimes you might have these things closed, right? This could be, all of this can be closed. So besides each of the topic, there is an arrow. So you can click on it to open it. Okay. Now, if I want to have these lines more thicker for AI to understand, because I have done this trial and error, let's say. So I can scale, let's say, if this is only, let's say, 0.5, and here it's hairline, okay? You see how light the circle and the line is, which makes it difficult for me to tell AI, okay, this is your boundary, right? I find that adding a scale by 2, okay, and hairline is also fine, doesn't matter. But if you scale it by 2 for this particular resolution, right? If I increase the resolution, let's say I make it 1920 by 2400, right? Uh, Sometimes it becomes thinner as well, right? But for this resolution, which was 960 by 1200, right? It works well, okay? And this is what you need to print. And then I can say print, okay? And then let me go to teaching on Rhino, and I can name it anything. Uh, okay, so whatever you design, somebody wants to use, uh, I think Illustrator or any tool, it's completely okay. Whatever you want to design, see to it that the output that you take is of a good resolution. 960 by 1200 is ideal. If you want a square, it could be 960 by 960 or 1200 by 1200. Once that is done, just take a good image and then we'll see further. Not able to see the circle and line on my viewport. Interesting. So when you hit Control P, you're not able to see, or you are not able to see in Rhino itself. Control P. Okay, let me check. Did you use this? Um, after using destination, go to view and output scale, and here try to set. Click on this set button, because maybe the set button is like that, right? So it's hard for you to see. So when you go to view and output scale, there is something called as set, and then you can zoom in to whatever you have designed, and then drag a window on, and then press enter. So then you should be able to see it. Okay. Right. Any other questions so far? Okay. So you can do whatever pattern you want. Right? Uh, right. So this is one thing that you have to create. Could be any pattern, right? Could be 2D. Right now, let's stick to 2D, and then we will see how to do it 3D. Now let's jump to Grasshopper to create a parametric pattern. So we create both the patterns, and then we will jump to ComfyUI, because keeping Rhino, Grasshopper, Zoom, ComfyUI, Discord, everything on might not be useful for our CPUs and GPUs, right? So let's try to minimize that as well. Okay. So the next step, what I can do right now is I can put this in different layer so things don't start overlapping on top of each other. So if you don't see any layer tab right now, the way to call out layer is you can type LAYER layer, and this particular pop-up window should come out, right? And the way the layer works is quite similar to any tool. You can create a new layer, right? You can create sub layers. Right now, I just create a new layer, and here I'm just going to write curves, okay? And then put all of this object inside that, right? So below the screen, you see something called as default, which basically means that you are in the default layer. If I click on that, I should see a new layer generated, which is called curves. I will click on it, and then I can hide it here. Okay, right. So this is the first part, right? I will give time later as well. If you want to create more complex lines and complex curves, we can go it later as well. Now let's see how to create a simple parametric pattern in Grasshopper. So there are two ways to call Grasshopper in Rhino. First is either you type the whole thing, which is GRASS, and we stick to Grasshopper 1 and not 2. So you can call Grasshopper by typing the entire thing. Or in the Rhino viewport on top, there should be this circle with like a bug. You can say launch Grasshopper, right? So let's say I take Grasshopper, enter, and then it should load. Let me know if I'm going fast. If the speed is okay, I can go slower as well. Okay. So this is basically what Grasshopper looks like. Okay. So the first time when you call out Grasshopper, you will see previous files, which should be tutorials, right? If it's opening for the first time, these are the some previous files that I was working on. And the way Grasshopper works is whatever you script here, whatever we will script here will appear in Rhino, right? So Rhino is the visualization. This is the scripting part of uh, the design, right? So basically the way the scripting works is you connect different components to each other, right? And so you have different tags, right? In Grasshopper, let's say it is parents or maths or set, vector, curve, surface, mesh, intersect, transform, all of it, okay, right? So each of these has a particular subtab. So let's say I go to surface, it has its own tabs, right? And then you can take a particular tab as well, particular component to connect the script and generate it. Can you show your scripts? I haven't made the script yet. So once I do it, I will put in the folder. Right? So you have different tabs that are pertaining to particular set, like it could be for curves, it could be for surfaces, it could be for mesh, could be intersecting, transforming, or displaying it, right? And the way to call out, so if you, they're only zooming in and zooming out, or you can pan it. So zoom in, zoom out is your mouse, and panning it is the right mouse key. So you can pan it or zooming in and zoom out, right? And you can put anything on this, which is basically you call it a canvas, okay? And to take out any component, you have to do, there are two ways. Either I can go to a particular tab. Let's say I want to take a circle. So I can go to that particular tab. So let's say it's go to curve, primitive, and I have something called circle here, right? Or I can double click on the canvas and type circle, right? And then I can take a circle component, right? So there are two ways. Either you go to that particular tab, sub tab and take that component, or you can double click on the canvas and type that and it should give you that particular component, okay? So let us see how to create a simple pattern, right? So I will minimize both of the screens, right? So that I can see Rhino as well as Grasshopper, okay? And the pattern that I want to create is, let's see if I have it here. Yeah, somebody raised the hand for a question. Okay, so right now, the pattern that I want to create is this, right? Which is basically creating a squares that are scaled with gradation, right? And that could be with any particular set of, point or line, right? So to start this, like I said, the easiest way to do it is to double click on the canvas and call any particular component that you want. Okay. So let's say the first step to do that is that you go to something called as set, sorry, not set, it's called square grid. So you go to vector grid and you can take a square grid. Okay. And the good part, or let's say a good way of learning Grasshopper is whenever you take any component, like let's say I can take any arbitrary component, just read what it is saying, right? That's how I have learned it. So if you read the component, you just keep your mouse over, let's say, brep A. Right now, we don't know what brep A, that's fine. Brep B, right? The output here is curve and the output here is points. So when you take any new component, could be any simple component as well. Let's say addition. So A, first item for addition, second item for addition. So if you read it, you will exactly know what the inputs are. Because what happens is, let's say I add, for example, I add the cells to A, this can be added. This one. Yeah. For example, if I add something like a cells, let's say, yeah. Yeah. Thank you for pointing out to turn on bifocals. So you should see the name of the component. I turned on bifocals here, which is a external plugin that you can download, right? So if you use something called as cells and that is connected to a point, we are changing the family of the geometry, right? Because this is a curve and I can't directly connect to a point. That's why it is showing me an error, right? And if I click on this, it says data conversion failed from rectangle to point, right? So we have to be mindful in Grasshopper which data connects to what, right? So there, of course, there are in-between methods. Like I could explore this, or I could, use discontinuity or something like that to connect into points. But directly, it's not possible, right? So we have to be mindful of what component goes to what. Basically, if we stay in the family, like if a rectangle goes to another rectangle, that could be extruded, that could be then converted into a polysurface, that works perfectly. But directly converting will not allow, right? Now, similarly, you have seen that, this is gray and this is something like a red color. And if I take, let's say, some other component, and this is orange, right? So you can imagine in Grasshopper, like there are three distinctive colors for visually understanding what the components stand for, right? The way to understand that is very simple. You can imagine those as the traffic light signals. Like red means just stop and see something as an error. Orange means, okay, there is something happening, but we need to wait and check. And gray is like green, basically, where things are working very well, right? And basically that, anything when you do gives a red, means that you can check the error. So you can click on the message. And like I said, it says data conversion failed from rectangle to a point, right? So that's what basically visual coding for Grasshopper looks like, where red is error, gray means things are working very well, and orange means generally it means that the data is less or some kind of data is missing, right? We will explore all of this as we go further, but just as a visual cue, if you see something red, see that means that there is an error. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me delete that. Right? So now we took this component, basically, which is called a square grid, which has four inputs, right? One is the plane, which basically is XY. We want it flat, so we are fine. Then it's asking what is the size of per cell, how many sizes of cells or how many cells you want in X direction, and how many cells you want in Y direction, right? So we can increase this number, right? Right now, you see, if I keep my mouse over it, it says X count is 5 and Y count is 5. That's why we have an output of 5 by 5, which is 25, right? If I want to increase it and add any particular number to it, you can double click on the canvas and say, I don't know, let's say 25, and the way to connect anything is you just keep your mouse cursor to any of this semicircular node. Either you can call it input, output. Some people call it batteries as well. So if I keep my mouse over this output, you see below my cursor, there is a small wire that is generated, and I can snap it to any of the X extent or Y extent. And now the grid has increased, right? And it could be smaller, it could be bigger as well. Okay, so you just double click on the canvas and it could be any number, right? It could be just 5, right? Okay. Yeah. The thing to remember is that when you have, so Grasshopper generally caps it to the nearest uh, tenth or nearest added zero value, right? For example, if I take a number slider of 5, it will cap to 10. If I take number slider of 24, it will cap to 100. Okay. You can manually adjust it. If you double click on the number slider, right? It's important in Grasshopper where you right click and where you double click, because if I double click here, I can only change the value of, but if I want to make it, let's say 101, I can't. Even if I type 101, it doesn't go there. But to change that, you double click on number slider, right? And then this new pop-up window will appear. And here you will see the minimum limit is 0, the maximum limit is 100. That's why it is not allowing me to go to 110 or 115 and things like that, right? Similarly, you can also change if you want it to be a floating number, which basically means having a decimal value, or you want it to be an integer, you want it to be an even number, only odd number, right? And things like that. So if I want it to be 101, I can dial it up to, let's say, 110. And now I can make it 101. The same goes for this one. If I want the max to be 50, I can dial it up and then make it 50, right? So that's one thing to remember, that if you take something like 25, the cap is going to be the nearest 100, or in this case 10. Okay. Let's see what question. Okay, perfect. Then the next part is that we need to create some kind of a line, or basically you call this an attractor, with which these points are going to, or this squares are going to scale up or down, right? So just to explain what exactly is going to happen. So we have this grid, right? We have created a grid of lines, or basically squares. We created a grid of squares, right? Now we need to disperse them based on some kind of a point or some kind of a line. Let's say if it is this particular line that we will draw, and then these squares, will disperse. So basically this will become bigger, right? And as it comes closer, it will become smaller, right? And basically what you call this line, we call this line as an attractor. Okay, that's what this line is. And this line could be a point as well, could be a line, could be any particular object, right? We call this an attractor with which things become small or big. It could also be for rotation. Right now we are using it for scaling. It could be for rotation or any particular aspects of design as well, right? So that's essentially what we need to do, right? Um, to group anything, you use Control G, so that easy to group. Okay, right? So now what we need to do is that output of this, one is cell and one is point, right? Let me take the output of this and see what exactly the point is. So you go to params, geometry, point, and it is giving me all of these boundaries or vertices, right? I don't want this. I want to find the center of it, which is fine. So I don't need it, right? I'm just telling you how you have to start working. If anybody is new to Grasshopper, the way to do it is this. You see what's happening, what the output is, and then you continue doing it further, okay? So the cells part, I want to scale it down, right? So I go to transform, scale, yeah, affine, and then scale, okay? Now scale basically requires three inputs. One is what is the geometry you want to scale. Second, what are their midpoints on which they will scale? And last is what is the factor, right? So if I just connect the scales, cells to geometry, you will see all of them have become small, right? Okay, I'm gonna remove this grid from Rhino, okay? It's too confusing. So to remove this grid in Rhino, you can type grid, G-R-I-D, grid. And here, there are a couple of options that appear at the top of your screen, which is show grid axis, show world. So if I just click on show grid, it will become no, and that grid is gone. Okay. If you want, you can remove the axis as well, which is show grid axis equal to yes. I will say no to that as well, right? So just because things were confusing, right? So right now, these all cells, if you see, has been scaled to a particular geometry, a particular point, because the center, which is already pre-fed in this component, is 0, 0, 0, which is the world zero coordinate. We don't want that. We want them to scale to their individual centers, right? And to find any object, let's say it's any closed object, it could be any particular shape, like something like this. To find its midpoint, right, you will use a component called area in Grasshopper. So if you go to surface analysis, you will see something called area, which has two outputs. One is what is the area of that particular geometry, and second, what is the centroid of it, which is basically the center. So if I connect the cells to the geometry, you will see all of the centers are now visible of all of these rectangles. Okay. And this centroid, I can pass it to the center of scale. Right? And now all of these rectangles have become small, right? And they have reduced to a value of 0.5. So basically, they have reduced half, right? Because whoever has scripted this component has added 0.5 as the starting scale factor. Can you repeat it, please? Okay. So once you connect the square cells to the scale geometry, you need to use a component called area. So basically, you go to surface analysis, you say area, okay? Connect the cells to the geometry, right? This gives you two outputs. One is the area, and the other is the centroid, right? So you connect the centroid to the center, okay? So automatically everything has been scaled down, okay? Now the factor is zero point 0.5. That is why they have become 50%, right? But we want our own factor. We want this particular shape to adjust to whatever line we draw, okay? So first thing is that we will draw a line in Rhino so that we can move these cells with respect to that. Okay, so I can just draw a simple line. So you can type Li any line, and let's say I draw a diagonal line like this. It could be any line, doesn't matter. It could be circle as well. The shape depends on the geometry depends on you, what you with what shape you want them to disperse. Okay. And now to refer this or to take it in Grasshopper, first we need to understand what kind of geometry this is. So this I know is a line, right? So I go to params, geometry. You can take a component called geometry that generally takes any component, any object that you have designed, right? Let's say I can go to curve here. So I go to params, geometry, curve, okay? And most of these components which have this hexagon around it are used to refer things from Rhino. So if you take something called as plane, you can refer things from Rhino. Most of these components which have hexagonal border, right? And right now you will see curve failed to collect data, right? That's because it is empty. You have to feed it something. Now to refer this line to this curve, you have to right click on this particular component and you say set one curve. If there are multiple, you say set multiple curves, and then you select this line. And now this particular line has come in this component. Okay, so we have referenced that line, right? Now I need to disperse all of these squares with respect to this particular line. Okay, so how do I do that? So basically, this is something called as attractor, like I explained it here. I need to first find out what is the distance between them. So if you're using it for the first time, just to let you know what exactly is happening behind it. So I need to know how far is this point from this line. What is this distance? Let's say this is x, and here this distance, let's say it is 2x, right? I need to figure out what is the distance between this line and this point. Once I know that, I can use that value, let's say this x, it's 2x, to scale it. So then what I can say that this square, whatever is there, you keep it as it is. This square, you make it big by 2x. So automatically, there is a gradation that will appear. Okay. To do this, we first need to move all of these centers on this line, right? Because there is no way of understanding, because we don't know how to find distance between this line and point. But what I know in Grasshopper, there is a component called pull point, which basically pulls any of the object onto a line, right? So what it will do, it will, let me take some other, it will pull all of these centers on this line. Let's say this point goes here, this point goes here, this is this point, this will go here, and then give me the distance. If this is 1, this is 2, let's say this also is 1.8, right? Which is what I'm interested in. I'm only interested in these particular numbers, okay? So we use a component called pull point. I think it should be under, so where, forgetting where the location of it is. Let me check. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, so it's under vector point, and you see here it's called pull point. So basically, this has two inputs, and like I said, it gives two outputs. One is the point, and one is the distance. This is what we are interested in, the distance. So the point are the centers, which is the centroid, and the geometry is this line. Okay, so you will see that on this points, on this line, all the points have moved. Okay, and as the output, we end up with distances. Okay, I don't want to go into data structures and all that right now, but that's what you will see, the 001, 002, and 25, all of that. Okay, and this distance is what will help us scale this, right? Now, if I directly feed this distance here, you will see that there is a gradation happening, right? Because the circles or the rectangle that are closer have become small, and the ones that are away have become super big, right? So that means that this logic is working. What is not working is that number, right? Because this is too much. I might have to take a component called panel. So if you want to read something, if you want to read what is the value coming from that component, you use a component called panel. So you go to params, input, you take panel, right? And if I connect to the distance, here you will see what are the distances, right? Yeah. So as you can see here, you see there are distances, right? There are, yeah, thanks, Mario. Here, yeah, Control Alt to trace back. So you will see that there are different distances, right? So for example, there are distance like 16, distance like 15, 14, 13, and all that, right? What does this mean? Like, what does this exactly mean? It means that that is how they are away from each other, you know? So this point on this line has a distance of 16 mm. In my case, I said units is immaterial, right? And how did it figure out why is it becoming so big? We don't know what is the cell size. The cell size is coming from here. The size, if you see, it's 1, right? Which means the size of this grid, each of the grid is 1 by 1. So this is 1 by 1. This is 1 by 1, right? And when I'm scaling it 16 times, that's why it is becoming so big. So this is 16, 15, 14, and then going so on and so forth, right? That is why we are getting things that are overlapping on each other. That's basically what's happening. So we need to scale this number low, okay? There are two ways. Either we can simply divide it by a number, right? Because at the end it's just number, right? Or if you want to have a certain value, let's say a specific value, we will need to remap it, okay? So I'll show you how to remap number because sometimes division does not really do a good job, right? So I'll just move it. Okay. If you feel like things are overlapping like this, if you are making something like this, don't do it. It's very difficult to see what exactly is happening. Try to keep your scripts as clean as possible. Okay. If you want to create more space on the canvas, just press Alt on your keyboard and you can drag it. So in between, you can increase more space. So just press Alt on your keyboard and you should be able to create more space. Okay. So now I want to remap these numbers to a specific value, right? So basically, the scaling factor, what I want, is between 0 to 1, right? Because right now, the distance is a lot, 16, 15, and things like that. Okay. So the way to do it is first, I need to understand what is the minimum and what is the maximum, right? And then only I'll be able to scale it. So basically, I need to know, okay, the smallest distance is 1, right? And the biggest distance is 2. Unless I understand that, I will not be able to scale it to a specific value, right? To do this, you use a component called remap numbers. So if I go to math domain and you say remap numbers, which basically has 3 inputs. One is value. What do you want to remap to? Then what is the source target? So basically, like I said, it would be 1 to 2. In our case, it will be somewhere around 1 to 16. And what is the target? For me, it's the scaling value, which is 0 to 1, right? Because that's what the scaling is. So I connect the distance to remap values, right? You can directly connect this map here and check what happens. Nothing happens because we haven't adjusted the target yet, right? Okay, then I need to change the source. Right now it is 0 to 1, but this, in my case, it should be 1 to 16. So I need to create my own minimum and maximum, which is basically in Grasshopper terms, we call it bounds. My commands are shown in a box without full name. How can I change them to? So basically, okay, so you want to see the logo. If you want to see the logo, you go to display and you need to click on draw icons. Right now, you should be seen like this. Maybe you also seen like this, right? They should be seen like this, right? So if you want to see the logo, so you go to display and you say draw icons. Okay. Basically, you need to on these draw icons and draw fancy wires, right? And draw full names if you want to see what I see. And the way to have this words on top or the name of the component on top, there is a plugin called bifocals, this one, which allows you to see what component I am using. So that's the external plugin that I have put in. But if you just, this is basically what you're seeing on top. What is the name of the component? It's been seen on top, right? You're welcome. So I need to find the source. What is the minimum and maximum of this line? So we basically call it bounds in Grasshopper term. So you go to math domain and you say bounds, right? You connect the distance to the number. And if you read the output now with the panel, it should give you, let's say it's right now showing me 0 to 15. Like I said, it will be 0 to 15, 0 to 16, and so on and so forth. 0 to 9, 0 to 8, 0 to 14, right? Okay. So now this is the new bounds that it should work with. So I connect this to the source. Okay. And target right now is 0 to 1. I will keep it as it is and check if I put this in factor if things work or not. So if I connect the map to the factor, you will see that the squares have become small. Draw icon menu does not appear. So if you go to display, you should see this something called draw icon. Go to display and draw icon. All right. So if when I connect this, no drop down menu. Oh, okay. Number two. So I'm getting the number 0.25. Yeah. So if you're getting in decimal, so you double click on number slider and just keep it to rounding, because if you add this, you'll see digit of floating because right now it's floating number. If I add this, I will add a decimal value after it. So keep this to 0. Yeah. And then you should not have 0.25 and things like that. Or just simply make a new slider of 25, whatever number you want, right? Okay. So right now it's working. I will address this error later. And right now things are overlapping on top of each other, right? There's too many confusing things happening. So we can preview things off slightly. So the way to preview off things is wherever the name of the component is or the logo, you right click on it and you say preview. So it becomes dark gray. So when a component looks dark gray, that means that it is hidden, right? I can preview this off as well. I can preview this off as well. I can preview this off as well, right? So now we see the pattern has become much nicer to be able to use or for AI to understand, right? You can tweak your designs further as well. For example, I don't want this line, right? I want something more organic. So what I can do is I can create blend curve here from this point to this point, right? And I can use this line as the new reference line, okay? So I can say set one curve, select it, and now this takes shape of this particular line. Okay? Missed the part of minimum maximum. Yeah, so the minimum maximum basically is called bounds. So you go to math domain and you say bounds, right? You connect it here and things should work, right? Right now, you see there is an error for scale in my case because it says cannot scale with a factor 0, right? So basically, the most you see the target is 0 to 1. So what Grasshopper is doing is whichever is on the line, whichever points are on the line, it's making it 0. And that's why the scale has thrown an error, right? But I want to change it. I want to create my new target. There are two ways. You can either right click on target. Yeah, this is being recorded. Either you can right click on target and you can say set domain. You see right now is 0 to 1. I can make it, let's say, 0.02 to, let's say, 0.9, right? So now that error goes, and there is a gap between these uh, cells as well, right? Please repeat the blend process. Okay, so you just have to draw two lines. So this is happening in Rhino and not in Grasshopper. So you type line, Line, line here. For repeating, but did not work. Mesh looks bad. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe later once I finish the script, you can share your screen and I can see what exactly is happening. Right. So the blend curve is basically you draw two lines, one line here, other line here, and then you type blend curve. Okay. You click on this edge, and then you click on this edge, and then you should end up with the curve. Right. Now this is happening in Rhino. I need to take it in Grasshopper. So I right click on it. I say set one curve, and I will select this line. So the pattern moves accordingly. Okay. All right. You can change few parameters. Let's say you want less cells or you want more cells. You can change that as well. Let's say you want it to be more rectangular in a ratio of 4:5 or the landscapes ratio. So then I can say that the X is like 20, and Y is, let's say, 20 or 30, you know. So whatever your resolution is, that you can change in the beginning of the process as well. And I can simply scale this little bit, move it, to get the exact pattern that you're looking for. Can you repeat the target values for the domain? Yeah. How did you get rid? Yeah. So I just changed the target value, right? So there are two ways. One way is right click on target, set domain. I kept it to 0.02 to 0.9. Or to see it more, we will create our new domain, right? We will just create our new domain. So what we do is we go to math domain and we say construct domain, which basically is creating a new minimum and maximum, right? So I will connect this here. It will again go to an error because this is 0 to 1. And I will keep the start, let's say 0.05, and the end as 0.9. Okay. So now these are the two minimum and maximum. Okay. And the last step, because I did try sometimes giving AI this red color and all of that, it did not work really well. What worked for me was trying to convert this into surfaces and then giving it any particular color. Doesn't really matter, right? So I need to convert these boundaries into surfaces. So I go to surface, freeform, and then I can say boundary surface. So basically, boundary surface, if you have any closed curve, it could be any shape, right? it will convert that into a surface, right? So I connect the geometry to the edges, and now all of these have been converted into surfaces. How did you get rid of the cannot scale with factors? Yeah, so when you put a factor of 0.5 or 9, it automatically goes away. In Rhino, not able to see the preview, same as yours, only red, thick process. Only red, thick process. Interesting. Uh, so maybe you have to, so you can check the display. So just see if on the top of Grasshopper, there are different things to be on. Here, see if this red shaded preview geometry is on, okay? Because if you on this wireframe, then you will see only the outer boundary. See this, that could be one reason. The second reason could be do not on any of this, which is like draw preview and all of that. Do not on that. Maybe that could be a reason as well. In Grasshopper, in Rhino, it doesn't matter because we are only seeing things from Grasshopper. Yeah, when you add a domain of little bit more than 0, then that error should go. Okay. To switch off preview, you right click and then you say preview. How to turn off the points display? Uh, so I think they're coming from either area or pull point. So you right click and you say preview off. Okay. And then I just need to give it a color. Right now it's red. Generally, oh, okay, it was a. Generally, it's I prefer that black is much preferable for AI to understand. But basically, AI works with contrast, right? So the more contrasting it is, it's better for AI to understand. So to change the color of all of these surfaces, I'll go to display, preview. I say custom preview, right? Which basically has two inputs. One is what is the geometry and the material. There's no output to it. So you connect surface to the geometry. And right now, I want this material to be a color, you know. So then I go to, it should be under param, input, and color swatch. If you go to params, input color swatch, you can select a darker shade, a black color here, and then preview this off, right? And then I might have to go to shaded view in Rhino, right? So this is easier for AI to understand, because there is more contrast happening. Okay. So sorry, how do you solve the factor 0? So you connect construct domain here, and then you put it to target. So the factor 0 goes away. You're welcome. Right. And do not have this line as well because it confuses AI. So I want to delete this line. But if I delete this, the script entirely goes, right? Because I have just referred it. I have not internalized it, right? So to internalize an object, you right click on it and you say internalize data to the curve component. So now, even if I change the curve, this is not going to change, right? And if I delete it, the pattern is still going to remain the same. Okay. Or or the other way is to hide this in Rhino, right? If you don't want to internalize it, you can hide in Rhino, and that also works. But see to it that when you take an image of this, the curve is not seen, basically, what my point is. Okay. And then you take a screenshot of it. Simple, go to Rhino, right? Do Control T again. 960 by 1200 is fine. We go to view, we say set, and then we drag a boundary on top of it. And this looks good. And then you print it, and I can say this is number 2. Okay. Um, the pattern is not completely done yet because it is not good with the data. How to fill color in geometry? So after you add this, after boundary surface, you add custom preview and color swash. Um, can you please repeat the custom preview? Yeah. So you go to display preview and say custom preview, right? You get this component. Then you go to params, input, you take color swatch, you get this component. You click on it, and then you can drag it anywhere you want. Can we have 3D patterns or is yeah, we can have 3D patterns as well. We'll look at later. We will first do the 2D pattern. We will set up the Comfy interface. Once the rendering starts happening, we know that everything is set up. Then we can jump back and then convert it into 3D as well. How did you remove the line in how did you remove line in Rhino? So you internalize this curve component, right click on it, say internalize data, and you delete it, right? Can you share the Grasshopper script or Discord? Yeah, I'm going to share it one second. Can you repeat the print? You might want to show the line tool for combo. So the print is simple. You press Control P on your keyboard. Then you adjust the resolution. Like I said, 960 by 1200 works very well. And then you go to View and Output Scale, and then you say Set, and then you drag a boundary on top of it and press Enter and print it. Okay. The pattern is not exactly there yet, right? Because of the data structures. If you want, I can. So basically, there is only one thing to do here is that this is how the pattern should exactly look like. But right now, it doesn't look that way. That's because the arrangement of data in Grasshopper, right? So the way right now, what's happening? I still have, yeah, I will address that once I finish this part. I will address, yeah, so don't worry. So basically, what's happening right now is this data is arranged in a set of rows and columns or in a grid, right? So basically, if I add a panel here, and you will see that after every 25 rectangle, a different set gets generated, right? So after every 25th panel, and how 25? Because we have this, right? And 26. Grasshopper starts from 0. So after every 26th rectangle, we start a new set, right? And it will go on till set number 19 because it is 20. Grasshopper starts from 0. So the first set is 0, 0, 0. It goes to 0, 0, 19. So basically, we have 20 sets, right? Now, what you're seeing here is working very well. It's not like it's not working, but the pattern is not there's no much gradient to it, right? Because there are some parts of it that has the same number. Now, why that is? Because when I take a panel here, you know, basically, yeah, basically when I take a panel here, you see it is giving me bounds in a different set, like it's giving me bounds per set. So for the first set of 26 rectangles, it is 1.8 to 14. For the second set, it is 1.6 to 13, and so on and so forth. It is not giving me a holistic number, right? That's why the pattern is not looking very. So ideally, the pattern should look like this, right? Which looks much smoother and nicer. But right now, it is not looking like that because it is bounding to this particular cells of the first bounds, which is 26 rectangles, and so on and so forth until the 20th rectangle, right? We can imagine this as imagine that, like, let's say the way to imagine it, you have different rooms, right? And there are 10 people here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there is one person who is talking, right? So for this particular set of room, or the people here have no idea what's here. They have no idea what's here, right? Because they are not together. That's why this number for this particular line would be 1. This could be 1. This could be 1 as well, because they don't know that there is a separate room happening here as well, because the data is arranged that way in a set of, so this is first 26 rectangle, second set of 26, third set of 26, right? And there is no correlation between each of them, right? That's why the pattern does not look that gradient. Like if you see here, if I zoom in here, you see all of these rectangles are quite similar, right? And suddenly they jump down, right? They should be more gradient, right? Why are they all the same? Because they're all separate, right? Maybe they are the farthest from this person, and this distance is, let's say, 21. Okay, this distance should be 19, and this distance should be 22. But because they are arranged in separate cells, for Grasshopper, this is the maximum, because the Grasshopper doesn't know that something above this exists. So when it's going to scale, it is going to make this as maximum, which is 0.85. It is going to make this also maximum, which is 0.85. It's going to make this also maximum, which is 0.85, right? And that is why all of these squares are of same size, okay? What we need to do is we need to bring all of them together. So right now, how we are right now, we are all in separate locations. We all need to come together, right? And basically, that's the difference between graphed and flattens, you know? That's the difference between graphed and flattened, where basically when you see this wire as this dash wire, that means data has been branched. Okay. If you don't see the wire dashed, you go to display and you turn on something called draw fancy wires, right? You should be able to see draw fancy wires, right? So that means that the data is batched, but we don't want that. We want all of them to come together so that this particular curve can be um, attracted to all of these rectangles, right? The simplest way to do is the cells component. The first component, you right click on it, you say flatten, and then you get much nicer gradient happening, right? Either you do it here, okay, or to the bounce component. Either or is fine. Either or is fine. If you can right click on numbers and you can say flatten. Okay. Once you do it, now you see that these squares are all, they have a gradation, okay, which was not happening before, right? So that's, I'm gonna put this here. Okay, I'm gonna take an image of this. Let me call this 2A. Okay, let me save this. I'm gonna put this in the drive now. So let me save document. Okay, so I'm gonna put the file in the drive right now. Yeah. So if things are not working, you can just download the file. I've just uploaded it. It's in the link in the files, and then there is something called GH1. Okay. All right. So coming to answering some questions. The square looks very small. How can we scale them? Yeah. So if you want a bigger scale, you see there is something called size. I can say I can add 5 here, and then the size of this become bigger, right? So um, my color, even if you set it to black, it looks gray. Yeah. So if it looks too gray, then go to Rhino. In the besides top, there is a small arrow, right? Drag it down and go to shaded or rendered. Either is fine. If you be in wireframe, it's going to look gray, either be in shaded view or be in rendered view. So it will look better. Coming to next. To scale square in construct domain, increase value of domain NB. Upload script on. Uploaded script on Discord. Okay. I'm seeing the curved line after internalizing. Yeah, you need to delete it. Once you internalize it, then delete the line in Rhino. Can you share link once again? Turn off preview of the, okay. Link to the drive. That's the link to the drive. What? Somebody deleted it. Oh, it's still there. Okay. So still the further after internalizing and deleting the line, still shows the red points. Yeah, just see what is on. Just drag the script that I have put in, and then you should be able to work it out. After internalizing and deleting the line, it shows that why when I'm printing my rectangles are empty. Yeah, so if you don't use boundary surface and this part, then the rectangles will look empty. Less gray, yes, but still not pure black, thanks. You need to change it to render and then they become, it's little bit of gray still there, but that's fine. Okay. So you can put the script that I've uploaded on the drive and see if things are working, right? Um, okay, so let me, yeah, so you can just download it and create two images. Basically, you will need to have two images of whatever we did so far. So any particular design that you have done right now is just like a circle and a line and this gradation pattern. Okay? Any two images would be fine. One is just with curves and one is the pattern we generated in Grasshopper. Yeah. So the script is in the folder files. If you go to the drive, if you go to files, you will find the script. Okay, so I'm going to give you 5-10 minutes to figure this out, and then we'll go to the next step because that's important, right? So let me go to. Okay, so what you need to do now is you need to basically design a 2D pattern, one in Rhino and Grasshopper, and take image of it. So basically, you need to have two images, one of a shape from Rhino and one from Grasshopper, is whatever we have done. Okay, I'm going to leave this script here in case anybody is not able to access the drive or things like that. So you can just do what it is done here and it should work. Okay. I see only the models folder. Okay, hold on. Let me share the link again. Maybe I need to share it again. Just give me a second. Okay, please check this drive link if that works. If you want to install ComfyUI in the meantime, I would just suggest to go to this. Let me. Okay, so if you want to install ComfyUI, just go to this link. It's very simple, you know, because you need to install it from GitHub. Okay, or I can share the GitHub link as well. So this is the GitHub link, right? So you can go to the GitHub. It also tells you how to install it. So it's something like this, just so ComfyUI, installing ComfyUI, you just get this direct link. You might need to have 7-zip, and then you can extract it on your computer, and that's it. So it's that simple as that. Also need to install the ComfyUI. Yeah, it would be ideal if you install ComfyUI Manager. It would be definitely ideal to install Manager as well. How to change white to black in Rhino? I mean, it's simple. You just use color swatch. You don't need to bake it, because if you bake it, then you need to add a material to it. It does work that way as well. But basically, just add a color swatch and you should convert it. The links are up. Okay, I'm going to put the links on Discord as well. So in the questions, so I'm going to put the GitHub link on Discord. So the GitHub link, I'm going to put it. So and in Discord, under the questions section, I've put the GitHub link. I'm also putting the drive link. Okay. Yeah, I am okay. You can either put questions in chat or on Discord. Okay. So passing to the next step, because we are running out of time. Okay. The next step, is to create images, right? So let me tell you what has to be done now. Okay, so once this pattern is done, once you have the two images, right? Next step is to create image generation for style transferring, right? Which means basically we need to create this image, right? It could be any tool, like I said, it could be in Midjourney or it could be any AI tool that you want, okay? Um, or this in this case, right? The key thing to note in this case is that you need to use the keywords when you're prompting. For instance, in this case, the keywords that I used was curved or organic. The next one, the keyword is gradation and repetition, right? And the general prompt looks something like this. So basically, it could be in any order. You add the view, okay, which could be elevation in our case, it could be elevation or anything. Then what is the keyword based on design? Is it curved? Is it gradation? Then what is the architectural typology? Is it a residence? It's a museum apartment. Then the materiality. Is it wood? Is it stone? Is it brick? Then where do you want it to be? Then the environment, that could be the climate, time of the day, and then aspect ratio. Okay. Try to keep the aspect ratio same as what the image you have taken. For me, it was 4:5. Maybe it's 1:1, or maybe it's more vertical. And lastly, it is stylized, which is for mid journey. And then you can use any stylized value. Okay. So this is generally what the prompt looks like. Okay. And a regular general prompt looks like this, which is basically elevation of an apartment made of wood with square windows in gradation in New York with trees and humans. And Midjourney gave me image like this, which I was able to transfer and create something like that. Okay. In the second case, I kept almost the same, changed it to residence and concrete, right? And then I got this kind of image, which I later transferred and made this one. So you imagine, so you can see the difference between the two images. The first image had more volume or depth to it. So automatically in the last process of ComfyUI, you will end up with design which has depth. This, because the image was flat, ended up more flat, right? In the next one, I kept almost a similar prompt, just added like eco-friendly trees and grass. And then I got this kind of a view and then converted into that, right? So the structure always kind of remains the same, you know. In the last case, I added office and like colorful balconies. So AI or Midjourney gave me this, and then I was able to convert this into this kind of a shape, right? So the next task is to generate images according to your design for style transferring. Okay, I will show you how to do the same thing in Midjourney right now. Okay, and then we can take it further. Okay, so let me sign in. Okay, so if you're using Midjourney for the first time, um, if you're using Midjourney for the first time, you will need to use it through Discord, because I think the limit, I think it is like 125 images or something. After that, you get to transfer to Midjourney website. Okay, but generally, you know, on the website, I can show you the way to do it. So you basically type the prompt here. What do you want to imagine? I'm just going to take the same prompt which I had here, which is basically, you know, copy it here. It says elevation of an apartment made of wood with square windows in gradation in New York with trees and humans. Okay, so this is the prompt, right? Once I finish the prompt, you add a, you put a space, then you put hyphen, okay, double hyphen or dash, and then you write aspect ratio or stylize. For aspect ratio, you type AR, okay, then you put space, and what is the ratio of your image? If it is 1:1 or square, you put 1:1. In my case, it was 4:5, so I'll put 4:5, right? And then next is stylize, right? So basically, stylize is how much style you want to add. So Midjourney has been trained on different sets of images, right? So what is the stylized value you want? So you put space and then you can put S. The base value is 100. It can go to 1000. Okay. Right now I'll put 250 and then see what happens. Right. Um, Sorry if I missed, but what was the minimum plan subscription? You can use any AI tool. You don't need to stick to Midjourney. If you find anything free, that's also fine. You know, like you don't need to pay for anything. If I go to create, it will take some time. Okay, so right, so you end up with getting images like this, which also follows. It doesn't have to be precisely like that, right? It doesn't have to be precise. Can you write the prompt here? It doesn't have to be precise, as much, you just have to give hint of what you have done, like what image you have generated. You see, it's like windows which are in gradation up and down. I also yesterday I was trying with style reference and character reference. It doesn't work out that well, like you see, it kind of does things like this. What I found useful, uh, you know, can this be done? Yeah, you can do in stable diffusion as well. That's also fine. You know, does the prompt order correlate with the right English grammatical rules? So basically, in prompting, it takes the word that you add first as higher value. So if you, let's say, I put elevation of an apartment, it takes that first, and then made of wood with squared that as a later. So what you add first gets a higher preference, and what you don't, as you got later, it gets lesser preference. Okay, so all you need to do is create these kind of images in any AI tool. Like I'm okay with Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, DALI, anything, you know, and then you can just change it to, let's say, I will say it made up of concrete, right? With the same aspect ratio and with the same stylized value. Let's say I put the stylized value to 200. Okay. No, I did not upload the pattern image. I only wrote the prompt, right? So now I only changed concrete, you know, only the material, and now it gives me things that looks more like concrete, right? So you get the same. Don't take images like this, because what happens is that, AI, it's for ComfyUI, it doesn't know where is the end of it, right? Don't take images like this. Take images like this, where the building ends and there is some white space around it, right? So take images like this also is fine, but see, don't take images like this again. Images like this is fine. Some kind of white space is always useful. Otherwise, when you render it, it will going to be full concrete, right? And you can go further. Maybe you can change. Now here in this case, so in this case, let's say it's concrete, then you can make it anything, any material, maybe it's stone, and try changing what is the typology as well. Maybe it's a residence, and see what happens. So create at least 5, 6 images for us to use in the next step for style transferring. Create at least 5, 6 images. Yeah. You see now, if you put residence, it becomes more like Midjourney takes it more in a different way. Like this is not useful. This is not useful. It's a good image, but what is useful is something like this. You know. So you can change the material. You can change the location. Also makes a difference. You know, if you put different location. Yes, for now we are only prompting images, but there needs to be correlation with your design. Like I mentioned in the presentation as well, like if you have done something like curved, use those specific words like curved organic. In this case, let me maybe go back to my slides. Yeah. So if you have used something like this, then use words like curved, organic. If you have used, let's say, like a pattern, then use like a gradation, repetition, geometric pattern, and words that are more in line with what you have done for you to transfer it, right? So here you change the keyword, which could be depending on what your design you have done. Maybe it's circular, like we did for circle, right? Maybe it's just a circular building, and then you end up with these images. I hope that's clear. Yes, for sure. Uh, yeah, which slides specifically? Is it possible to presentation slides? Uh, I haven't exported into PDF, but that too as a PDF. I will have to revise the slide deck because some things, parts of it, I cannot really share. Um, but maybe later. Right now, I can't share. I have to change a couple of things if I have to share it. But if there's anything else, any file, any prompt, anything, I am free. I can share it right away with you. Okay, so all you have to do now is like generate images for your design for style transferring, right? I think this is a good point to take a break. Okay, so yeah. If I may know, how many of you used Stable Diffusion, Automatic 1111, ComfyUI before? So that just to get an idea of how many people have used it before. You can just say yes if you have used it or not. Perfect. Oh, amazing. Yeah, good. Okay, perfect. I'm asking this because the installation process of this is a little bit tricky. So if you're now not able to catch up, maybe you can solve all of this later as well. Right. So I'll just present what we will be doing right now. Uh, slide. Yeah. So post break, what we did was we did this, which is creating designs and patterns in Rhino Grasshopper. Then we generated image for style transferring. Like I said, any tool, I did it in Midjourney. Now, after break, we have to start with ComfyUI, basically the setup of it. And then lastly, we will do the interpolation, frame to frame interpolation between images using Luma AI. Where did the, it's fine, right? So I just want to give you a brief run through of people who are new to ComfyUI, like what does it mean, what does it do, how things work, right? So basically, ComfyUI is a node-based version of automatic 1111. Now, because I am used to Grasshopper, it was very easy for me to jump from Grasshopper to ComfyUI because the workflow remains kind of very similar, where you have different nodes that are connected to each other, and you get the image at the end, right? The key point with ComfyUI is that it installs everything on locally so that there is no issue of privacy, right? Um, if you don't have a good CPU, GPU, you can use Run Comfy, which is an online app. They do charge hourly or monthly payments, so you might have to look into that. Another option is Google Colab, where you use their computing power. And the difference between Google Colab and Run Comfy is basically privacy, because Google Colab is only using computing, so the images are on your computer itself. Coming back to the base workflow, so you have something called a checkpoint model, which then passes through a negative positive prompt. And then you add whatever is your image resolution and how many images you want to generate. That passes to something called as K-sampler, which has a lot of parameter. And that B then converts it into a image, right? And then you have something called as VAE decode, right? So just to understand basically what is happening in the backend, you know, so in the back end, so basically the VAE or the variational auto encoder, it does two things. One is it encodes whatever you're giving it, and then there is something called as latent space, and then it decodes it, right? So it is going to compress your information, find things in the latent space, right? Now I have been hearing of latent space a lot, so I thought let me check what exactly is latent space. So basically, you can imagine latent space as a compressed library where the data is stored, or let's say arranged systematically based on certain parameters, based on certain. So for example, in this case, there's a cat, right? So if you type an orange cat, like, in that data in the latent space, things are arranged. So it goes to cat, it takes orange. It says long ear, so it's going to take ears from it, right? And then finally, it gets decodes, and then you get the image. So that's exactly what's happening in the overall process. And different AI tools have their own latent space because they're training on their own. Like, for example, Midjourney has its own latent space and so on and so forth, right? So that's exactly what's happening in the back end. Okay. Um, okay. So let's see each of the nodes in the base workflow. So the prompt is you add a positive and a negative. I generally tend to add sentences, similar way how we interacted with Midjourney, rather than adding only the keywords. Of course, you can put weights and all that into it. Then image resolution and quality is what is the image quality. For our case, because we will be using an image already, this doesn't matter to us. And then lastly, coming to something called as K-sampler, which has multiple or a lot of parameters to it, which include first is seed. So basically, it's a random generation. It uses a random number to generate. Then is control of the generate, which basically means, do you want to use the same number as the previous seed? Next number, do you want it to be that same number, or do you want to randomize the whole set, right? The steps basically means the number of times the prompt will run to create the image from the noise. The CFG scale stands for how close the prompt is. And the sampling name, which basically means what type of algorithm the AI uses to denoise the image. Scheduler controls how the image is being denoised in the latent space. And basically, denoise is a number to denoise, right? Just to see this more visually. So basically, denoise has, let's say, values from 0 to 1. And as you increase those values, the image starts getting clearer and clearer. So let's say with 0.5, you see a less clearer image. And as you increase this, you get a much more clearer image, right? Then seeing some of the sampling values, methods. So you have words like Euler, DPM, DPM++, and all of that, which basically means they're either adding noise or removing noise in the latent space, right? And that also means that the time taken to generate each image is different for each of the sample, right? In scheduler, you see the outputs are almost similar, right? It's hardly little difference. From what I understand, the key difference between each scheduler is the timing and the intensity of the noise removed. Sorry. All right. Then coming to CFG and steps, which is the parameter that I tweak a lot. So you see here with steps 2, you can't see any image being generated. And as I increase the steps, the image starts getting generated. And at step 10 and 12, the image kind of looks similar in these two cases, which also tells you that cranking up steps in CFG is not an answer. Because if you see at the CFG 10, the image starts getting a little distorted. I don't know why it is adding purple color and things like that. So with each, we need to be a little mindful of what to use and not just taking it or cranking it up. But how do we know what sampler, scheduler, CFG, and step to use, right? It all depends on the what checkpoint model you use. And checkpoint model is like a pre-trained model for AI as a starting point. Okay. And this can be accessed in a website called Civit AI, where you have hundreds of checkpoint models, that could range from architecture to building to anime to cars. Just be careful. You have to navigate a lot of NSFW content here. Okay? And when you take any particular model, like RealWiz Excel, which is a model that I like, here in the base, it will tell you what sampler, scheduler, steps, what is the CFG value to use. So this becomes a good starting point for us in using in ComfyUI. Rather than adding something that we don't know, this becomes a good starting point, right? But how do you choose a model? Generally, I choose a model which is more broader and not just trained on architectural model. By broader, I mean that has been trained on, let's say, animals, cars, buildings, trees, because I found that the result of these model is much richer than using only architectural trained model. Some of the ones that I like is like Juggernaut, Realistic Vision. There is one that is Undale and things like that, right? You might have also seen words like what is baked VAE, what is Excel, what is Turbo. So basically, the key difference is that what is the image resolution that they have been trained to, and how fast can they produce images. That's the key difference, right? For example, when you use something called as a turbo model, you get real-time images that are generated. So as I'm typing here, image is being generated. You know, as much as this is nice, I personally find SDXL to be a very good model set because the quality is good and the time taken also is not that much. You know. Go further. And so basically that's how ComfyUI works. You add a prompt, you add a checkpoint model, you add the quality, and the image gets generated, right? So any questions with ComfyUI? What is your PC configuration? Oh, so I have RTX 4090 with Core i9. Yeah. Um, okay. So yeah, so we will do run through with ComfyUI as well next. So now the two things that we need to use in ComfyUI is one is something called ControlNet. Uh, for installing ComfyUI, I put a file, I put a Word drive on the drive. So there is a YouTube video. I also put a GitHub link. So you will have to kind of figure it out a way to install it. Um, Going to the next slide. So what do we need right now is when we use whatever patterns that we have created, we need to translate that to AI and say that use this pattern for design. To do this, we need to use something called ControlNet. Okay. So there are multiple ControlNet. For example, something called Canny, Depth, Sketch, and all of it. In our case, we'll be working with Canny because it's a 2D pattern. Depth, as it says, will work with 3D patterns, right? And in the workflow, basically what happens, the prompt does not directly go to KSampler now. It goes through ControlNet, and then the image gets changed. Slight or drastic change can happen. Okay. So you can imagine control net like something that the prompt has to accurately follow, right? And that's why it goes through control net and not directly to KSampler, right? And of course, we can change the strength, in control net, like how much you want this pattern to be strongly visible. Then you can keep the strength as 1. If you're okay, let's say for AI to take over a little bit and make little bit adjustments and create some volumetric design, then you can reduce this strength value. Okay. Then whatever we did in step 2, which is creating images in Midjourney, that comes with help of IP adapter, right? What IP adapter does, it helps us to transfer style with whatever images you created and gives us an end product. So that's what IP adapter does, right? And in terms of workflow, IP adapter and control net are working side by side, like they're working parallelly to compute and give us the generated result, right? And similar to control net, you can also change weights, in IP adapter. Like you can use a weight of 1, which is strongly using that image. Okay, these parameters are what we will be working with. Right? So that's mostly what we'll be doing with ComfyUI. So let's start working with it. Check on Discord if there have been any questions. Which model is that in real time? That was HDXL Turbo. Yeah, that was HDXL Turbo, the model that was using real time. All right. So people have installed ComfyUI. You can just start it. A stable automatic 1111 also works. If you understand the relationship between both of them, that's also completely fine. Okay. So, yeah. Alessandra, I think you have a question. You raised your hand. Any particular workflow? Yeah, we will be doing the workflow right now with ControlNet and IP adapter. Okay, so the first time when you bring up ComfyUI, you should see something like this, where we have the checkpoint model, we have the positive prompt, we have the negative prompt, we have the width or the height and how many number of images, the K sampler, and the VAE decode. Basically, it's going to decode images from the latent space and give us the output. And if I say Q prompt here on the right-hand side, you should see all of these things, So you say something called as Q prompt, and then it will run and give me the image, right? I want to define it from scratch, like in Grasshopper. Yeah, so this one comes like with ComfyUI, this part is predefined. Like this is done for us, like it's a base starting point. If you have to do changes, then we have to work like Grasshopper. You have to create things on our own, right? So yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, what do we need to do here is that first we have created the pattern. We need to load that pattern here, right? So similar to Grasshopper, you can double click here in ComfyUI and you can type the node that you want, right? So the node that I want is load image. So I'm going to take load image, right? And here it will ask you choose file to load. I'm going to select it, go to that particular folder. It should be under from Rhino. And let's say this pattern, right? So now this particular pattern has been loaded inside of ComfyUI, right? You use a component called or a node. It's too confusing because I use Grasshopper and ComfyUI. One is component, one is node. So you use load image, okay? Now, how do we change this? How do we start to understand what exactly is happening here? Again, similar to Grasshopper, try to read. As much as you read is much more helpful in ComfyUI as well. Okay. And one plus point of ComfyUI is that the wiring that you see has color coding, so only like you see this clip will only take yellow. So the clip will go to clip, for example, latent is going to be this kind of a magenta. So it's going to take that. So that's one good part of it. When you open for the first time, maybe you are seeing wires not as this, but wires that are bendy, like that are kind of bent. So the way to do it is if you go to settings, so on the top right hand corner, you have this gear for settings. You click on it. And then in here, you see graph. It says link render node. I think the one is spline. So when you open Comfy for the first time, you should be seeing things like this, which is in a spline format, which basically the wires are curved, right? I generally tend to prefer that the wires are in straight format. It's much nicer to keep things together, right? Okay, so it's done. Now the first step, like I did, is what I need to load an image, right? Which basically means that I don't need this node, which is empty latent image, because this resolution comes from this. And now it's important what kind of resolution you use from Rhino, right? If you use 2000 by 2000, that means that much higher the output is going to be, right? So I'm going to delete this, to delete, select and delete anything, right? And how do I use this with this setup now? So if you remember from my slides, there is something called VAE encode because we are adding new information, right? So you double click on the slide and you say VAE encode, which basically has two inputs. One is what is the VAE, and second is what is the pixels, right? Now, when you in the drive that I created, there is checkpoint model also that I have added. So in the drive that I created, there is models. You go to checkpoint model. You can download this. I generally prefer to have model which has baked VAE in it, because otherwise I need to download separate VAE model as well. I mean, when I was using Comfy for when it came out, we had to do it. But as things started developing, people started putting VAE inside it as well, right? So in the models, you will find all of those checkpoint model, right? Then going back to ComfyUI, so because it has baked VAE, right, the checkpoint model, and the checkpoint model that I will use is going to be realistic vision 40, okay, because it has baked VAE in it, which is the model that I have loaded on the drive as well, right? So basically, I need to combine this with the checkpoint model, and that is where VAE encode comes in the picture. So the image of load image goes to pixels, color coding, like simple, like this is blue, that means they connect to each other, right? Now VAE is red, this is red, so they connect to each other, right? So now this is connected. And now this goes to the latent space, because now this is the new latent thing that I've created. And let's see what kind of output we get. So if I run it, it's going to take some time because it has to load the checkpoint model as well, right? And let's see what it creates. Hopefully something good, right? Nothing. It's just the same, those three bottles, right? Because AI doesn't know. Now what has happened is that ComfyUI has taken the image resolution of this, okay, and only created that. I have a question. What directory do we download the model checkpoint to? So if you go to the drive, I've made a Word document. And if you open this here, I've put locations as well. So you will know the realistic model goes to ComfyUI model checkpoint. You will know where to download all of these as well. So if you can, Irina, if you can refer to the Google, sorry, the Word document, I've written which model goes where as well. No worries, right? So in the drive, there is this. So coming back to the ComfyUI workflow. So now AI understood that, okay, this is the image resolution that I want, and it's only increased the size of the image, right? It's not really done anything else. Okay. So we need to translate AI that, okay, this is the pattern that I've created. To do this, we take help of control net. Okay. Can you show again what you have connected? So I just connected load image to VAE, and that went to, yes, the session is recorded, right? So after that, we need to translate to AI, okay, this is the pattern that I have created, and you will have to use it. To do this, like I showed in my presentation, we need to use something called control net. So if you double click on the area and you type control net, okay, so there are two. One is apply control net, right? And there is load control net. Right now, what we need is we need something called as a load apply control net, which basically, if you remember from my slides, the prompt goes through the control net, right? Okay, so it runs through the control net. Okay, so what we need to do now, so let me space this out a little bit. Okay. Let me space this out over here. Okay, so now the conditioning, which is the positive and negative prompt, what you can also do is you can change the color of it. So you can right click on any prompt uh, box, you can go to color and you can say green. So I understand that, okay, this is a positive prompt. And then you can right click on here and you can go to colors and you can say red. So I understand it's a negative prompt. How do you unhide the wires? Hmm. So if you go to the gear on top right hand side, maybe you did this, maybe you have made the wires hidden. So click any of these, which is straight, linear, or spline, and the wire should be unhidden. Okay, now, so this becomes my new conditioning or the prompt. So I put the positive prompt here. I put the negative prompt here, right? Okay, it is a little bit confusing. I'm not gonna lie, but just be with me what I'm doing, and then you should be able to understand what's happening, right? Now, so we put the positive, negative. The same positive, negative now goes to K sampler, right? That works. But now we need to add a control net to it. Okay. So I double click on it. I type control net. And in this case, I use load control net model, right? And in here, we need to use something called as scanning, like I showed in the presentation, to get the outline of what we have worked on, which is this pattern. So you connect the control net to control net, simple. Image, simple again. You connect the image to, okay, we can't directly connect it here. What we need to do is we need to use something called a scanning preprocessor. So whatever control net you use, you need to use that particular preprocessor, right? Because it has to go through a step to convert it into an image, right? So, you go to, let's say, Canny, and you have something called a Canny preprocessor, right? You can take that, not this one, Canny Edge. I think, yeah, this one should work. Oh, not this one. There are too many things. Not this one. Yeah, this one. So this one, which will help me convert that image for AI to understand. Okay. So in this case, the image goes to Canny image, and that goes to the image of apply control net. Okay. So to see what exactly is happening, I can take out a wire from here and say preview image, right? And so to stop any component to run inside of ComfyUI, you can either right click on it and then I don't know what exactly how forgot how to stop it, but you can basically use Control B on your keyboard, and when they become purple, that means they're not running. All right. If you click on any component, click Control B, or it should be bypass. So if you click on bypass, uh, they stop running, right? Now I'm going to stop this A sampler because I don't want it to run and render immediately. I want to see if my script is running correctly or not. So right now, if I run this, now you see that Canny has given me this kind of an image, and it looks good. Everything has been communicated well. So I know that now this particular image or this control net has the information that I wanted to transfer to K sampler, right? In Canny, you can also reduce the load threshold and the high threshold. So basically, when you reduce it, it reveals more information. And when you make it more, it reduces information. That's how simple as that. So I can make it right now. It's very simple, right? Like it's just outlines. So it's not very difficult for Canny to do that part. Okay. So that's done. That part is done. Let me bypass it again. And now let's see what happens. So if I run this, I need to change the prompt. I'm going to take the same prompt that I used in Midjourney. I'm going to copy it. I just copied the same prompt. And now let's see what happens. Okay, so now I get the image, right? And some things are happening. It's not there yet. Some things are happening, which is fine. So now I know that, okay, this is working. I didn't change the sampler and scheduler. So depending on the model that you have, I remember that this one need Keras and HTM plus HDE. I think that was the model that it used, right? Okay, now let's see what happens if I reduce the strength of control net. Okay, let me make it 0.5 and let's see what happens. It's running, doing it, it's running. Okay, and then you see something else only has totally come up. Okay, why is that? Because we have reduced the strength of it to 50%, which has allowed AI to do anything that it wants, which means that it is giving preference to the prompt and not really to the control net. So I prefer generally using control net to a strength of 0.8 to 1 and then finding that middle ground to play with. So 0.8 to 1 is always a good number, okay? Unless there are a lot of things in the control net that's happening. Let's see what we get now. I haven't added IP adapter yet for style transferring. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so this is somewhat getting there, like it's showing me, okay, this is made up of stones, because I think so it has stone in it, and also it is giving me the pattern, right? So this is good enough for me right now. Okay, let me tidy up a little bit this prompt. Sorry, let me do here. Please, how did you put something in load checkpoint control net? How did you use the control net? So load control net, you click on control net, and then you should see the control net that's available. You know, right? And these are available. So you need to download. I've also uploaded the control net model here. If you go to model, you go to control net, you download these three models. Here on your computer, you go here, which is ComfyUI model control net. You download it there. Then you refresh in ComfyUI. And then you should see all the models here. Checkpoint is undefined. How can I change that? So you click on it, and right now, if there is basically you need to download at least one checkpoint model. So what you can do is on the drive, I have added a checkpoint model. So you can download this model, and the location is go to ComfyUI model checkpoint. If you download it, it should be done. Yeah, depth controller is also there on the drive. QPrompt doesn't work for me because of missing input in load checkpoint model. Yeah, you need to download image. Sorry, you need to download a checkpoint model, then it should work. No, you cannot directly create the files there. So you will have to, so the way to do it, going a lot in installation process. So you'll have to check these couple of videos, to see how to actually install it. Because just creating a folder will not do it because it has to install on your computer, right? So please just go through this Word document. Everything is there and should work. Okay, now we need to use IP adapter, right? So to do that, um, I can type IPA adapter. So there are too many of it. I think this one should be fine. Yeah. So we use IP adapter advanced. Okay. Now in this case, it has a couple of inputs. One is the model. So basically the same checkpoint model. So I can immediately connect the model to model. And now the model in case sampler is replaced by IP adapter model. So we connect it here, right? Then it needs image. What is the image you want for style transferring? So again, I will say load image. In this case, it's not the pattern that you have created, but the image that you have created in Midjourney or any tool. I will download this. I forgot to download that. Let me say desktop, let's say one. So this is the image, right? Correct. Okay. Now we need to change a couple of parameters here. For me, generally what I found working was that weight type should be style transfer. Combined embeds should be average. And this embeds scaling was K plus V. After trying a couple of things, this is what worked to me. And weight, I generally keep it to 0.9 and see, then I keep on adjusting. So weight and end, I start with 0.9 and 0.9. So weight is basically how much of this image get transferred, and start and end. So let's say the process is 100%. You say at 90%, I would stop the transferring of the image to that. Okay, so that's the difference between the two. I start with both 0.9 and then I start changing these parameters how I like it. Okay, now we need to load IP adapter model. So I can go to IP adapter, and then there is something called model loader. Okay, you have to be very specific, careful. If you're using a HD model, then you use all of it will change, right? But you're sticking to HDXL. So I'm going to use IP adapter HDXL with H safe tensor, which again is on the drive as well. Connect that to IP adapter. And then lastly, we need clip vision. Okay. So if you don't know which component or node exists, what you can also do in ComfyUI, which Grasshopper also added that, is you can just drag a wire out of it and it will tell you what you can do. So right now here I need clip vision loader, which is what I needed, right? And here we use image encoder. Okay. And similar to Grasshopper, you can group things here as well. So I can select all of this. You cannot directly drag on it, okay? But you can hold Control on your keyboard and then drag and then put Control G. And then I can name this whatever you wanted to name, right? Okay. And now let's check what happens if I run this. It takes time. It takes time to run. It's going to run. Yeah, and now you see that kind of massing has been transferred here, right? Which and the pattern also still exists, like there is a gradation. Some parts of the things AI has removed because I think then we can increase the strength. Right now it's 0.8, So here you will need to do negotiation, let's say if that's the word, between control net and IP adapter. Okay, you have to be like, okay, what do I want more? Do I want my POM to be precise? Then I will make it 0.9 and let's check then what happens. Okay, let's see with 0.9 what happens. Okay, now you see some parts of the model have started generating here, not entirely, but some of it have been started to generate, and then new information has been added here, right? So here you will have to constantly play because we have created our part, and now we need to talk to AI. Okay, what do I need? What I don't need, you know? So you have to constantly play with it, right? Another good node in ComfyUI is called image comparer, I think. Uh, so the way to install some of these things is that you can go to manager in ComfyUI. So you have to install Comfy Manager firstly, and then you need to go to install custom nodes or install via Git URL. That's also possible. So you can say custom nodes manager, right? And here there are a couple of nodes that you can install, you know. So there should be, if I'm not wrong, IP adapter here. Yeah. So you can see here, there is something called ComfyUI IP adapter plus. So you can install it from here as well. And then you can download files on your computer. One other nodes, which I mentioned, I think here as well, is Comfy Manager, IP Adapter Plus, and RG3. Okay. So if I type RG, I don't, yeah, RG3, uh, good node with RG3 is image comparer. So if I type this comparer, RER, yeah, it shows you basically difference between your original image and the new image, right? So let's say this is my original image, which goes to A, and this is the generated image, right, which goes to B. And if I run the prompt again, I run everything again, I have a problem installing manager. It says that Git is not recognized as an internal or external command. Oh, interesting. Hmm. I think maybe you need to install Git then on your computer. Let me check if I have. Yeah, I think you have to install Git bash or something in your computer. Then it generally works. Okay. So now you will see that with this image comparer node, I can check how much of the image is good. So I can drag it. This is fine. This is fine. I don't know why some of them are missing. But overall, I think we are getting there. Not 100% there yet, but that's how you start talking to AI. This is what I do generally. I go to any of generally YouTube is a very good source because you have to only figure out, because in YouTube mostly things are oriented towards clothing or making faces and manipulating that. You have to figure out how do you adapt that to architecture. you know so that's how you start with ComfyUI. You take one thing, you take something, okay, can I do this, and see what is because I have also seen that people, like, in YouTube especially, there are big nodes, and I really don't sometimes understand how to work with it. So take parts of it that you feel are useful in your case, and then start working, right? So now I feel like this is getting somewhere. It's not there yet. Okay. Another control net that I like to add. Okay. Let me change this to a lesser value, right? And let's see now what happens. Now you see that the gradation has been captured more, but things are getting messed up here. And let's see what to do with that. Maybe I keep this at 1 and then I check. Okay, still we have the same issue of that. Okay, let's see what else can be done. Maybe we can tweak things in IP adapter. Let me keep weight as 1, this as 0.8. Yes, I can share the workflow. Give me a second. Mm, it's better. So let me share the workshop. Sorry. Yeah. So the workflow that I'm sharing with you is this, quite similar. I just have added one more node, controller, which is sketch, which also helps, which is what I was going to showcase now. But it's the same. The workflow is the same. Here in this IP adapter, you choose. So when you see the workflow, the only thing you need to do is change this to the image transferring image. Then this one you use to the design that you have done. I know you can change the prompt. Okay, I will take the same prompt again from Midjourney, and then you just run it and see what happens. So let me. Okay, yeah, still doing that. Let's see what to do with that later. I will share the workflow right now. Okay, so I will upload it in files. So there should be a name called ComfyUI workflow. Just wait for a couple of seconds and refresh it. You should be able to see the workflow, right? So if you go to the drive, you should see files and you will see ComfyUI work. Where did I get those internet? Sorry, may I know where did you share the workflow again? Thank you. Is there a way to do this real time where we change the position on the attractor curve and the image updates in ComfyUI? There is a couple of nodes in Grasshopper that connects directly with ComfyUI. I haven't tried it yet because somehow things could get crashing. But there is a node that allows you to do real-time things connect between Grasshopper and ComfyUI. Yeah, just wait for a couple of seconds. The folder with the file should be available. Just give it a minute or two and then
Yeah,
refresh
file
about
is
the drive.
already there. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let me check if I have any questions. So I still have those lines. So all you need to do in the workflow, you drag it, drop it, change those images, and then you need to start changing these values. Don't touch. So I've added one node called update latent by. So this is upscale latent by. Basically, this will upscale the image. Don't do it right now. Right now, keep it to 1, okay? Because if you do it to 1.5, it is going to make the image larger. So don't do that. Upscaling we will see in some time. Right now, what you do, if the file opens, just change these parameters, which is the weight, end, and then parameters and control net, which is, the strength value of it, right? Let's say 0.2. Okay. Um, okay. And now we get something better, right? We don't have those things floating around. How did you draw the blue boundary boxes around the nodes? Yeah, so basically it's to group them. So let's say I want to group these two. So you hold control on your keyboard, you select any more than two nodes, you do control G, and then they become a group. And then you can move them with respect to that. Thank you. How can we save the image? So the save image right now, if you connect it, you see the save image here. I forgot to tell you, you can change the name of it. This right now says ComfyUI. Maybe I say render. Okay. And the way to see where they are is that you go to your file on your computer, you go to C drive. I can take this here. So you basically go to C drive, go to ComfyUI, Comfort or Portable, ComfyUI, go to Output, and then you should see all the images generated here. Okay. How do you remove a group? Yeah. So you right click on the group, go to Edit Group, say Remove. See the file in the file. Can you go through script in Comfy but slowly? Yeah. So basically, you have your load checkpoint model. Um, People are not seeing the folder in the drive still. Let me check. I think I uploaded it. Doesn't seem to be there. Yeah, it shows me it's there. In the load checkpoint model, you see the full name. I only see partial. Yeah, you can just take any of the windows and drag it. So I can just make it small or big. Yeah, I can just drag it. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you can try this with different models or different images that you have generated. Sometimes a fun thing to do is that you can try with abstract images, like let's say this with sea waves and see what kind of image gets generated, you know. Yeah, and then you see you get something like this, which is not very close to what we want, but you can definitely try exploring with more images from, it doesn't have to be architectural. Sometimes I find that going away from architecture also gives you better images as well, especially for style transferring. Maybe it's an image of a tree, maybe it's an image of something else, it generally helps in style transferring. In some workflows, I see it's possible to bypass a group. Do you know? Yeah. So basically, you just drag on the group, you right click, and you say bypass. So it jumps to the next part once it's bypassed, right? So you end up with these kind of images. Okay. Now to upscale images, I generally use two options, two workflows. One is that you can upscale here in the latent space itself, where let's say right now the image is 960 by 1200. I want it double. I can scale it by two. Or the other option is that you can take a print screen of this with a higher resolution. So let's say I take a print of it with like, I don't know, 1920 by 2400, and you print that, and this is to a, right? So either you can choose both options. Either you can upscale this, okay, or you can upscale in the image itself. Okay, teaching from Rhino to a high, but this takes a lot of time to get the images. And but let's see if it works. What node used for real-time image generation? Yeah, so the model is completely different and the workflow is different. It's called HDLX Turbo. You can see if it, you can check it online. It's called HDXL Turbo. So now this will take more time because the resolution is 1920 by 2400. So it's going to run, and let me check the Discord till then, till it runs. So if you were to map our process today in simple terms, why would we use IP adapter over regular load image? And can you go through the step by step? So if you were to map our, why would we use IP adapter? Yeah, so basically, IP adapter helps in transferring of style. If you directly put that image, AI will not understand what you have to do with it. So that's where IP adapter comes in. Okay. And okay, I will tell you step by step what we have done. So the first thing that you do is that you have this load checkpoint model. You load any model. I use personally HDXL ones. Then you have your positive and negative prompt. Okay. And then you load image for AI to understand what is your design, right? And with the help of ControlNet. So today, what we did is that we used something called Canon, which converts image into a line diagram or line drawing, basically. And then also I added a sketch one, which sometimes helps, right? So this is the ControlNet part. And then that goes to K-sampler. Okay. And then the separate part is IP adapter, which helps in transferring of style, which basically allows you to whatever image you take, the AI takes clues from it and then gives you the render. So that's what the workflow is. Okay. So now this is with higher resolution, but you see that the bricks and the stone doesn't look that great, right? It looks okay. Now, what you can also do is that after this, there are a couple of nodes called sharpen, like, which helps in image sharpening. Okay. I would not recommend directly adding it here. Once you feel one image is really good, you say you put the control of the generator as fixed. So basically, it is not creating new iterations because the seed value is fixed. And after that, you connect it to image and you sharpen the image slightly. Okay. So that's a back and forth process that you have to do constantly. Okay. If you don't want to do this here, like let's say you are okay with this image, right? Let's say I'm okay with this image. I just want a little bit of, enhancing it, right? There are multiple ways of doing it. One, you upscale with different models. It could be, like there is a whole process of upscaling in ComfyUI, or you can use an online tool called Magnific AI. It's expensive. It's, I think, $35 per month. Okay. You can use this as well for upscaling. So the way it works, right now they've introduced multiple things, style transfer. I was checking this out yesterday and like it doesn't work that well. So you go to Magnific Upscaler. It asks you to upload an image. So you can take any image, let's say whichever image you like. Let's say it's this one. Yeah, I think this is fine. So let's say we take this image, right? And then we upload that here. You add the same prompt or whatever was there. I'm just going to copy the prompt from Midjourney itself, right? And then you can increase the creativity, the HDR, how much ever you want, the resemblance, how close you want it to resemble to original image. I find that keeping this creativity to 2, all of this to 2, in the range of 2 to 4 is good. The more you increase, things start becoming wacky and not giving you very good result. So 2 to 4 is a good range, and then you upscale it. Topaz Labs have how you load. You have too many questions. Bypass real time. Yeah, and then you see you get a nicer looking image with Magnific AI, right? What? No, not able to download the workflow. Nice last render. Thank you. Quick review of the steps where you training ComfyUI on all the previous, including the wave picture, or deleted order and changed to last. Yeah, it's I just you can use any image you want basically. How do you load clip set? Clip Vision. So basically, you have to download this Clip Vision, and that goes to ComfyUI, nodes Clip Vision, and when you download it, it should be seen here. Have you tried segmentation? Yes, I have tried it. I don't know if I can. Let me check if I have some example. That's output. And if you have to pay for a subscription, do you recommend Midjourney or another opinion is better nowadays? I would still prefer Midjourney. The base, I still have paid. I'm still subscribed to their monthly subscription, which I think is $8 or $10. So I would still recommend Midjourney itself. Uh, picture and image. Okay, so going further, now you can just change these images. So we also had done this circular line pattern, right? And then you can use any of the images. So depending on what image you have, you will create some image from, Mid-Journey, right? So let's say I take some particular image, okay? And now let's see if this, but I will not change the prompt. I'll keep it as it is and see what happens. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. And see what happens. You know, once this setup is ready, okay, you just have to keep changing the IP adapter image, the load image, and change all these parameters. That's all you have to do. Okay. And of course, the prompt. Use always the same prompt that you use in any AI tool to create the style reference image that you used, right? And now you see in this case, the circular one has been converted into AI understands basically, okay, this is the base and this is where the design has to be, right? So any as simple as possible, you can keep images and that AI understands, right? And then similarly, either you can upscale in Magnific AI or you can do it in latent here, or you can use a higher resolution image from Rhino itself with a resolution of 1920 by 2400 and so on and so forth, right? And uh, yeah, so see what all can be done. I've used it for interior spaces as well. It works there as well. Yeah, that's a good point, Marco. You can drag an image and the same workflow comes. So if I go to output and if I drag this image, because the image saves the metadata. So you see this workflow comes. And if I drag the last image, this workflow comes. Okay. So right now we only have an hour left and we still have to cover a few things. So what we need to do now is that if anybody is working with ComfyUI, um, using ControlNet and IP adapter, you have to convert those whatever Rhino images you did into design. And if you have some good results, you can upload on Discord server as well, so I can see what's if you have any difficulties and things like that. Right? This is basically the prompt I've already shared with you. And this also is there, the file location of where to install which file, that is also there in the drive, right? So you can take, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes and see what kind of images you end up creating. Can you go with the script slowly? Yeah, sure. So the first part is load checkpoint. You add your checkpoint model. Then is the positive and negative prompt. Then post that you need to use control net. So you use apply control net, you use load control net and Canny, which helps converting your original image into a line diagram. Then you can use a sketch as well. You use a load image. And then lastly, you use IP adapter, which basically allows us for style transferring, right? And yeah, mostly that's it. And then lastly, use image comparer, which shows you what is the old image and the new image. Okay. And once things are set up, the way I do is I just change this image. So I will use this image, create variations of it. So once your setup is completely done, don't change anything. That's what I do. And I keep changing this load image in for IP adapter and just run the prompt multiple times. You can use different materials, different context, and you see what kind of designs get generated. All right, let's see what kind of output we get. That's not really great, but it's fine. Generally the process takes, I would say, at least 40 to 45 minutes to get some good 5 to 6 results. You're always going to end up with like at least 30, 40 bad ones. Okay. So, not every process or not every image you get is going to be good at the first go. Uh, like how it help in interior design, like with basic SketchUp model or basic line. Yeah. So with interior, the same thing, whatever SketchUp model you have, take a screenshot, upload it here. You will need to use a depth control net for it because your model will definitely have depth and the workflow remains the same. So this sketch goes to depth and then it remains the same. Yeah. Now you see this one has absolutely not done anything, you know. So you'll have to keep making multiple options for the design, right? So I would say take 10 minutes or 15 minutes and, you know, and convert your designs into renders. And if you have done it, upload it on the Discord server. How do you connect control net? So basically you connect, yeah, you will have to download. So in the drive, there is already a depth model as well. So in the files or in the models, there is depth. Is it possible to, yeah, how did you connect? Yeah, so basically you just add positive, negative prompt, you add control net, you add the image that comes from your image in the Canny preprocessor, that then goes to a different control net. So you have to understand that each control net has to go to different control net. It's basically passing on. So I create the outline, somebody else creates the depth, and same the chain goes on continuing, right? And the IP adapter is very simple. Only the model goes to the model. Is it possible to upscale a low quality rendered image? Yes, it's definitely possible to upscale in ComfyUI. There is a different workflow for it, which might not have, we don't have time to cover it in this. Is it possible the depth model we have to download? Yes. Where do you change the depth model for India? The same, like I said. So after this, you do another apply control net, you do load control net model, then you do here you change it to depth and depth preprocessor. What are the advantages of using ComfyUI? That's a good question. So for me, personally, advantage is that the interface, right? Because I come from a background of working with Grasshopper constantly. This is much more easier for me to understand, right, and work with. It depends on personal preference, I would say, right? And the second advantage I feel is that ComfyUI has something called Comfy Manager. So if you drag anything in your ComfyUI, and some nodes are not missing, you can directly go to Manager and you can say install missing custom nodes and things like that. Okay. One disadvantage of ComfyUI is that whatever updates happen or any new node comes, those are generally coming to automatic 11.11, right? And then they are transferred to ComfyUI because we can imagine that somebody has to do this part, right, of creating in the node and all that. Automatic 11.11 just has some kind of a tabs, like buttons and things like that. Yeah. Check Discord. So do these models in ComfyUI need to be updated at same at some point? Uh, by models, do you mean the checkpoint model? Or like what? I didn't really get what kind of models you mean. Yeah, so because there are different versions of checkpoint models coming out constantly, I would say once in 3, 4 months, you can download the most recent model and that should work. It's not necessary you do it every day. Like once in 3, 4 months, you can delete the old, like for example, this is the fourth version of it. So, I deleted the first, second, third, and I'm using the fourth one right. They have released the fifth and sixth as well, so I need to update it. Okay. So basically the save button, you can click on it and you can save as. So basically you can add a name to your workflow, whatever name it is. Let's say just say workflow or I'll say 1, 2, okay. And you can save it wherever you want. So it's saved as a JSON file and you need to just drag that file into ComfyUI. So that you would recommend for staying up to date on ComfyUI workflows. Um, I don't know of a single resource. Like there are multiple uh, generally there are multiple resources. I would say the most important resource is YouTube, like especially for me, because it helps to debug. Only thing you need to figure out is how to use whatever they're teaching for your own context. Like I had to figure out how to use this for architecture. You might be had to figure out for some other design process. Okay, so let's see how this upscale looks like. Uh, no, you don't need to have always a super latest tech. I would say either stick to automatic 1111 or comfy UI because my computer used to crash as well when I had both of them installed. So I would definitely stick to one. And the other way is to, have minimum, like let's say, for example, there are a lot of nodes that come up with ComfyUI, right? For example, if I go to manager and if I go to, there's so many things that are there. You see half the things, more than 80% I have not installed because I install only things that are useful to me. So don't install all of them. What that does is that it takes time to load whenever you open ComfyUI. And sometimes what happens is that whenever these things are updating, right? Like let's say somebody's updating RG3, that might not be well with other nodes. So that's a chance that they might clash and crash together. So keep it minimum to whatever uh, you want to work with. Welcome. So I would say just keep trying the workflow with whatever design you have done. Let's see what it does with this cat image. I tend to, I once the workflow is complete, I tend to just play with it, have fun with it, see what kind of, because that's when I realized, oh, okay, this is something that I not thought of when I was designing. It's just a circle and a line, but what does it mean if I add something like a different image? You know, so yeah, it doesn't really do anything, right? So you have to keep changing, keep playing with it, you know. Of course, I haven't changed the prompt yet. It's the same thing. Okay. Um, elevation of a, let's say, of a building, uh, huge circular window surrounded with um, building, buildings and new session. Yeah. So if you open ComfyUI again, this workflow will be there. Whatever is the last workflow that you keep, Comfy will open with that. Have you tried Flux for? Yeah, yeah, I have definitely tried Flux for architecture. It is good. I feel like it takes a lot of power from my computer, but so that's why I stay away from Flux. Although the recent Flux model, which I think is called Flux Compact or Flux Com, works nice. It's a huge model of 20 GB, but that works very well. Yeah. But the Flux Schnell and all of that, it takes a lot of computing power, and I can't do anything else. Okay. So this, uh, yeah. Okay. And so you see, I ended up with this kind of a image. So let me download this. Okay, this also is good, you know. So what this workflow basically tells me that how much minimum I did, which is a circle and a line, and AI took it further, right? I could have definitely prompted it. Somebody might say, why didn't you just prompt it and AI would give it? But what this does is that the ratio or the proportions of the design is what I decide. So it is not doing window at the right side or left side. It is doing window where I say it has to be. So that's how I feel that we have to talk to AI, that how much I can do and then take what AI does, rather than I'm saying something and AI is doing whatever it wants. Right? The script is already there on the folder, my SAM. Right. So let's check this one. Okay. And you can also imagine I have not in my images, the weather is the same. Like apart from snow, it's all daylight. So you could add prompts where it says, in the night, under the moonlight, golden hour, and things like that. For example, in the same prompt, elevation of a residence, uh, maybe I take this one, you know, and here if I write things like golden hour, you know, oh, nice, good. Okay, great. So we have to keep iterating. That's the only way. Um, Let's see how it does with this image, right? So you see when you add it, when I added something like golden hour, uh, the time of the day is changing, or you can try in like, um, let's say during the night, okay? So it all depends on what image you want to use here, and the same prompt can be adjusted here, and then you get the desired image, right? Okay, this was doing nothing. Right. So you see now this has kind of made a render in the night. Like there's a huge moon, but you know, so always important thing is what image you have here for style transferring, and that gets transferred into the image. So be very, very mindful, whatever image you create. It's also interesting. Uh, okay, so we have, yeah, okay. The last part that I want to show you is how to work with Luma AI. We have, I think, around 45 minutes left, and that should be good enough. And then we can take as many question answer in the last 15 minutes, right? So, um, so you might get this series of images, right? Like what I was doing right now. Once you drag your workflow, and once you put those images in that, you will get a series of images. Either you use the latent upscale, either you upscale in Rhino, or you use Magnific, or any upscale that you want. Or if you don't want to upscale, that's also fine. And once you have this series of image, the next thing that we can do is that we can use the features in Luma AI, which allow for first frame and last frame interpolation. And with the recent update, they have added camera movement as well. For example, in the first case, I used camera move up. So it kind of converted the first frame in the last one like that. And then here I used camera orbit, which I feel is very interesting because it allows you to see the design where you have not imagined yet, right? And that will help you in 3D modeling as well. And then you can stitch all of those transitions together. So this was the first transition. And then you use orbit. I tried all of the features. Crane up and down didn't work very well because there is no plan for this particular model, right? I was hoping that maybe AI kind of makes it, but it did not really. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. So the next part is just like combine all the images and make a video, right? So it's very simple with Luma AI. You can just go to lumalabs.ai, right? You can sign in with your account. Just gonna drag it to the other screen so I can sign it. You can sign it with Google or any particular account that you want, right? So generally, you get 30 free generations. Everybody gets 30 free generations for a month. Uh, if you want more, you can pay. Okay. So you can just go to create, right? It's very simple. Okay. So you click on this image. I will use these two frames. Let's say this is first one, right? So we need to add first frame and the last frame. Maybe I put this as an end frame, and then I will use this as the starting frame. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could use the line drawing as the first frame. Yeah, so this will be the first frame, right? And then if you type here camera, it shows you the different features that you have. You have move left, right, push in, push out. What I was telling about orbit, which is very nice. Crane up and down, like I said, it does not really work because we don't have, or AI doesn't know how to do it in plan. And sometimes static is good. It gives you something that you didn't imagine. I've also tried adding a prompt to it, but sometimes it doesn't really work very well when you add a prompt. Okay? So I stick to just adding camera features and then seeing what happens. Okay? Like you see, I was trying this yesterday with camera orbit, right? And you end up with these kind of transitions. Okay, this was with camera move up, the same what we did. I did add a prompt here, but you see it kind of focuses to the prompt and it's just like it doesn't do a great job with image. Um, just created, maybe it's still loading. Yeah, not really what I was looking for, but still, so you can use this feature, but you have to try. Sometimes it's not, it doesn't, you don't get it in the first go, you have to try it multiple times. So let me try it again. Start frame, end frame. What did I use? I used orbit. Let's say we use camera move up, right? Right now, if you try, it will say it is loading, because a lot of people might be trying, right? So give it some time and it should give you images or videos rather. Yeah. Mm, okay. It's trying to do, you see, it tried to move the camera up, but not exactly what I was looking for. I was looking for more like transitioning from this circle and a line to this circle and a line, but that's exactly not what's happening. But if you keep on trying, it does work, you know. So let's give it another try and see what happens. I do know that Runway has also launched their first and last frame feature. Um, but the thing is, with the resolution, they kind of crop things. So I'm not very sure. Let's say, how does pull out? How do you move? Yeah, so you just type camera and then it gives you features. Has Zuma got any extra attributes to add more than two images or merge multiple images? It does. There are a lot of things that you can do. You can animate things and all that. But I find it very useful for this, and that's all I use Luma AI for. People instead of Canny. Marco, did you add a line like whenever you were working with? Did you add a line below? If you just yeah, okay, yeah. So you can add Scribble, and you can see uh, if it works. I don't know if Scribble is available in HDXL. I know that Scribble works with HD, but check if it works with HD 1.5. I don't think Scribble is there in HDXL. So then you'll have to change the checkpoint model as well, and also the IP adapter model to be HD 1.5. Okay, this is better. And then I think in this case, the camera orbit should work because it's both of them are a rendered image. Can you run through how you go the fly through office blocks animation as very short animation? Yeah. So in this case, you see it does orbit, but then it kind of fades in and fades out. I wish it would orbit again, something to reveal the design more. It tries to, but not really. Can you place your circle example in the file so I will check later what I'm not working? Okay, I can put this images. So in the drive, uh, uh, there is something called images. So there I have already uploaded the images as well. Yeah. So both the images are there, which is this one and this one. So you can test it out later. Yeah. So ComfyUI is, yeah, at the backend stable diffusion is running. Yeah. Interesting. I'm just gonna take the Discord thing and see a couple of people have quite nice. Oh, I think it's Shahid. Did you draw these lines in Rhino? Oh, nice. Looks very good. Nice. 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 Right. Um, is there a way to speed down the Luma speed? You can in Premiere Pro, like or any video editing tool. That's what I do. Sometimes I just push it and then change it. Okay. Now once this is set up, I mean, you can download and stitch it together. You can also look at different patterns as well. Like, right now this is just kind of working with hexagon in Grasshopper. I can change this hexagon to, let's say, a grid pattern. Like, so if I go to vector, I can say it's a triangular pattern, right? The process works the same. You just have to change this location, the process is really the same, right? So now instead of using a square grid, I am using a triangular grid. And let's say extents have to increase, but let's say this is 25 and this is 30, you know, yeah, something like that. The process does remain the same, right? What you could also do, maybe you want the interior part to not be to be more filled. So you can reverse this and you get a pattern like that, right? What I also like to do is that I like to bake this, whatever this last component is, right? And then remove few parts of it. Like, let's say I will remove these pieces, like I will draw an imaginary line here. And see how this works. Or what I like to do also is that I could rotate this pattern, right? And then I can mirror it here. And then I need to mirror this. Fine, I will just rotate it and then right. So creating, of course, it's not, I need to add pieces here, but for right now, I think it's fine. I can remove some of the panels here as well, right? And then I see if this is, can AI understand this? I have to fill this pockets, right? Shaded view. I think rendered is fine, right? In this case, when you're working with, let's say, yeah, it's a surface. So I baked it. So each of this is a separate single panel. Just a second. So I can extrude them to get 3D. Yeah, so you can extrude them. Let's say I want to extrude all of them. I will not do all. It might take time, but you can extrude them to get it in 3D as well, right? Now, when it comes to getting something like a 3D render, what is important is the view that you set in. For example, if I set a view like this, it looks more flat, right? So AI will not understand, is it going to be flat or is it going to be, does it actually is a view? But if you set something like this, right, where it looks like a view, then it is AI can understand, right? So let's say if I take an image of this, I will make it 960 by again 1200. Set this up, print it, and here let's say I make it 3. I'll go back to Comfy workflow, right? And I will just change this. Academy teaching on Rhino. And then let's see what AI does with this. I can maybe change this image. I need to change the prompt. Okay. So all of this also need to be done. Okay. So the control net, of course, will work. Let's see what ComfyUI does with it. Yeah, I know the problem is with the IP identity method. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. How do you modify the shape of the pattern if you want it to be curved? Meaning, I didn't understand. So you want the pattern to be like this? I didn't really get it. Sorry. Oh, not flat. Oh, got it. So then you will have to extrude them. So basically, you here to boundary surface, you give it extrusion. And what you can also do, you can extrude it based on the mapped values. So there you create a undulation, right? Let me check what AI gave me. Yeah. So it is understanding, it's trying to understand. It doesn't know what to do here. So let's see if I run it again, what I get. Okay. Now let's see if I remove um, the sketch control net totally. No, you can't really combine images with this workflow because what happens is with each value you get different images. Even if it's like a small tweak, the exterior background changes, you know. Yeah. So this looks better. Still not there yet. There's a lot of mess happening here. It's also because there are a lot of triangular pieces for AI to really understand. You see, it's like it's too much for AI to understand. In such cases, what you can actually do is that you can print it to a larger scale, to a larger image size. If it's a lot of data for AI to understand, you can print it to a larger scale. And then let's see how it does. Okay. Not sure if I use the same pattern, but you know, so that's basically how you will work if you need something in 3 dimension. Now you see it's understood better because I increased the scale of it, you know, right? So it understands much better. It is not doing the gradation still as I wanted it to be. Mhm. What if you added some splines in the column? Yeah, that would also add. So if I added a line here, let's say it's difficult to draw in. Let's say, let's say I draw a line here, and then I draw a line. Whoops. Maybe I will understand. I'm not sure. It will. Okay, let's say we add this couple of lines. And then you change this. It's taking a long time. Is this the same process you use when you transform nature into structures? Yeah, kind of. There, the process is a little bit different that I need to mask, I need to use masking, and I need to use depth and other things, because there the problem is that AI needs to understand what is in front and what is in back, and what part of the design you want to really change. You know, here it's quite simple. Here the difficulty is for me to AI for AI to tell that this is your limits. There the difficulty is for me to tell what is in front and what is in back. Okay, so this looks better, right? I like that AI is kind of understanding that there is a pattern happening and has made it darker. I still don't like what's exactly happening here, but maybe another iteration of this would solve it. Let me make this as half scale and see what happens. Is it possible to add what we did with Lovan directly to our workflow in ComfyUI? You mean the video? Yes, this is much better, right? I'm gonna render that. You mean the video or yeah, so it's getting better. Now I need to figure this out. No, API, I'm not really sure how you would be able to add it in. So I need to figure out how will AI understand this better. Let me add a higher value of sketch. When you mask in ComfyUI the areas that you would like to be different and add new, yeah, definitely. So let's say, of course, there is a different way. Like I can show you how to mask. So you right click on the image and then you say open in mask editor and you can start masking, you know. But you need to add those nodes as well, which include masking and removing mask. Right. So now we're getting better, right? I think the thing is that there are too many patterns for AI to understand in this particular case. Okay, so but I think AI is understanding, and it will take some time, like I think the patterns are a lot. So maybe what I can do is I can delete a couple of patterns here from Rhino and then see what happens. Or we can just print it like that. So let's say we print it at this scale. Maybe this is the scale of printing. Oh, no, that's too less. Yeah, let's see if what happens with this. Okay, and do the same process. We just change this image and let's run it. Oh, we can till then check what else can be done with Luma. Let's say I will do camera pan left. Right. So here you see AI is understanding more of the design that I had added. There is a less gradation. Like it's just trying to fill everything up. You see, it's still trying to do it, like, but it's just making it and repeating the same thing. I have to force it. I have to make it do it. Did you share the image file? Yeah, I only put two images. I didn't put the output images. So amazing, just adding some simple. Yeah, exactly. That's what fascinates me with the process. Like just by adding couple of lines and circle, or it could be some triangles, you can generate designs, right? Rather than fully 3D modeling. And then, this actually helps in seeing that is the concept viable or not, and then you can take it further rather than I'm completely modeling where in the presentation I said, I don't want to do more part and AI does less. Instead, can we do both together? I think this is better. Yeah, this is definitely better. How do you reduce the effect? So let's say there are certain keywords, you can add brackets for it, or you can add weights to it. So let's say I can add a bracket, let's say apartment made of concrete. So if I want something to higher value, I add a bracket. If I want to have a lower value, I add the box bracket, you know, and then you can add weight to it. So let's say I can say this as 1.2, and if I want a lesser weight, I can say zero point 0.5 and things like that. So that's how you can add or reduce weight in prompts, and that is in ComfyUI. Right. So that's prompting. How do you reduce the effect of the sketch image? So here with the strength, let's say I keep it 0.5, and now it will reduce the strength of the sketch, right? Um, Even if I increase the sketch value, it will reduce the output, right? So you see now I added 0.5, now AI is going to do something else altogether. Right? You see, so I added 0.5 and AI completely ignored that these kind of panels exist in this part. right? And similarly, let's say I keep this one, I increase this. So I increase the sketch control net to 0.8. Now you will see it's the output is too rigid. Like it's going to be, you will see. Yeah. Do you see that by increasing the sketch value, there is no, now this is made like a flat image, there is no depth to the output really. Whereas earlier one, this has some kind of a depth. You see, it's made it flat and it kind of ignored these pieces which had, openings. Like you see, it kind of didn't do that part. So a good way is to I generally keep this high, Canny gets higher, and this particular, which is the sketch, is a little bit lower, you know. And you can keep on modeling, and developing this further as well, right? For instance, you don't necessarily need to model, um, you don't necessarily need to model any in Grasshopper itself. You can model simple lines in Rhino itself. So let's say, I don't know where I am right now in Rhino. Let me go to shaded. Yeah. Okay. So let's say I want a three-dimensional object in Rhino. So what I can do is I can make a line, you know, let's say I make a line here, I make a longer line here. I copy these two lines on top. I will off the grid. Show grid. That's fine. And then let's say this is the boundary to design, you know. What I can also do, then I can create a line here. I can create a line here. I can create a line here. This is just modeling, like this, you can, then let's say, so I can just say blend curve between these parts, a blend between these parts, right? And then I can mirror this. I can go to front view. I can mirror this. I can move this. Actually, mirror will not work in this case. Yeah, I can put this somewhere here. Delete this, delete that, delete that, delete that. Okay, let's say, something like this. And then maybe I will need to add a line here. I will need to add a line and see if AI understands this, right? I don't know whether it will understand, but that's the process that I generally follow. And then I set, and then let's say, right, we print this, and this becomes sketch number 6. So once the setup is done, you just have to keep working in loop. So it's actually good image. So teaching, I'm this one, and yeah, this one has to be 1. My image follows the circle less. Why? Is it because the database does not contain a similar image to the one I have in my IP adapter? Yeah, so if it's a circle, so if in the IP adapter, if there is anything that's curved, that's generally helpful. If it is like very boxy, it doesn't really help. Then what you can do is that you can reduce the weight in IP adapter and then check what happens. And let's check the output, right? You see it's not able to clearly recognize what I have done because it feels it's a flat image. Then maybe I need to change the view angle. That maybe the angle should be this way, right, rather than that angle. So, and then here, instead of elevation, I will say corner plot view. And this is fine. This is fine. I don't want anything in the night. Okay, you're welcome. Right. Okay, let's see if it generates now. Right, not so much. It's trying to understand that, okay, it's a corner view. It's also giving it a design, but the windows and all are offsetting, but not so much, you know. Um, so maybe I need to use this image, which is not flat, and maybe something like this. What's best way to increase computer render time? Yeah, so the best way to do it faster is to use different checkpoint models. Like for example, HDXL works, and then you can reduce this. You can reduce the image. You can reduce the step count and this 3FG. Okay, it will give you blur in the beginning, but that's useful for you to understand. Okay, is it actually worth me pursuing this further or not? You know, yeah, yeah. So you see, this is getting there. I might have to iterate it more further, but it is AI is starting to recognize that, okay, that's the base, that's the top, and it needs to figure out what to do with these two lines, right? So let's make this point and then make this one. Since the challenge for the AI model seems to be understanding depth and perspective, would this work better with wide volumetric modeling instead of lines? Yeah, I mean, in Rhino, you can use a command called show Z buffer, which basically kind of gives you a depth map of anything. I did try, but doesn't really do much, because there is no real depth to the design. Okay, this is better, right? Let's try to change image. I mean, of course, I have to create a image specific to that part. Uh, but right now I'm just experimenting. How to download your workflow on ComfyUI. So if you go to the drive, um, go to files, you see Comfy workflow, download it and just drag it in Comfy. So drag it here and it should work. And I check so we have some more results on the Discord server. This is nice, quite nice. Amazing. Yeah, just see if you can use Luma. Yeah, I know it might be server might be not free, not be yeah. So if you can see using Luma AI and converting into a video, these are some amazing outputs. Yeah, exactly. Just some boxes. I think you might have to use depth for this, Ankur, if I'm not right. If I'm not correct. Right. Okay, so basically that's kind of it. You keep on modeling, you keep on modeling, adding more depth to design, adding more lines, changing the view angles, creating different patterns, of course, right now we could only explore one or two patterns. Something's up with the dogs. Uh, we could explore only few patterns, but you can continue this further, Um, yeah, so just to show you what can be done further, uh, yeah. So if you take this further, what you can do is you can generate again patterns in Rhino Grasshopper. So this is completely a 3D design using Perlin noise. And then using the same process, you could also convert into video and then outpaint it. So you can outpaint it in a specific context. So I did not change the image in the IP adapter. I masked things out which I wanted to outpaint and got this kind of renders. So which also is helpful in understanding the workflow from just getting like a circle or a cube in depth and getting these kind of results. You could also then kind of showcase the process if you want, like how are you modeling in Grasshopper and then converting that and combining that into a video format, right? So it's the same, which is what my desktop wallpaper was. So you create patterns and then join all of those together and scale and things like that, which again is helpful to show the design process. You know, this again just use simple curves and I use Grasshopper to animate those lines, put those image as basically frames, individual frames, render different frames, remove frames that work or don't work, and then stitch them together, right? And then this is like, so basically added some points. AI, I didn't understand those originally. It made circles, and then I started to convert this into triangles, which I was like, okay, I now I understand, you know. So you can take this further as well. The process kind of remains the same. You might have to add depth map to it, but the process still remains the same. There's a lot of iteration that you might have to do. You know, um, and I think we have 4 more minutes. So mostly that's it for the workshop. I again thank you, a big thank you for everybody being here and for PA Academy for giving me the chance of teaching this. If I'm still here, if you have any questions, do let me know.
Well, thank you so much, Kedar. This was really brilliant, very unique workflow, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you,
The
Abhay.
the designs that you made and using Rhino, Grasshopper, and then making this dialogue with AI, I think it's magnificent, and we're gonna see more of this in the architectural workflows. I appreciate your time. It was brilliant session with you, and
Yeah,
yeah, thank you so much.
yeah,
Guys,
yeah,
let us know if you have any questions, final questions. If not, we're gonna go ahead and end the session. I know Kedar has been speaking 5 hours non-stop,
but,
literally
yeah,
non-stop, just 10 minutes in between break. But I know how tired you are. If
yeah.
not,
I see.
we're gonna end the session soon.
Yeah, I
Uh,
see a couple of questions.
yeah, let's go with the
Uh,
questions.
um, Outpainting, why Photoshop? No, outpainting in ComfyUI itself. Where did you make this all in Lumaya? No, actually, I made all of those stills in ComfyUI itself, and then stitch them together. In Premiere, it's a longer process of taking frame by frame and removing a frame, keeping which you like, and things like that. Um, thank you, everyone. Do you ever feel like the AI is teaching you? Yeah, I think so. I think that's why I was able to create the workflow. And like I said, especially with the 3D printed model, like I gave it a flat image and AI had a depth to it. So I think AI teaches me as well. but I don't want AI to burden me, like I don't want it to take away the kind of design language that I like. Thank you all. You're very calm and patient, and it's impressive how you managed to address all questions without disrupting the workshop. Thank you. I'm glad I could answer all the questions. I did try my best to answer all of them. We can do part 2 at some point. This is great, for sure. Yes, and your design process strategies from Grasshopper to ComfyUI. It's a very impressive experience. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, floor map. I think we need a dedicated workshop to do for floor map, but it's quite similar. Like I know somebody's looking for the floor map kind of thing. So a start would be to create plans in any particular AI tool, and then add your plan here and see how it works. That's the way you can start with it. Where did you make this? Yeah, yeah. It's the last animation no, your 100 days of exploration really good. Yeah, thank you, Sebastian. Excellent presentation. Is there any software script like Comfy for space planning? Not very sure about it.
Not like Comfy, but maybe Finch is a little bit helpful
Yeah,
on that. But yeah, architectures, Finch, not quite
yeah,
there yet, like AI software, but they have those parameters that you can have.
yeah,
You can take control of your space with
yeah,
parameters.
yeah. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
think that's mostly it.
that's
I will
almost
be in
it.
touch. Yeah,
Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying this long with us. We had an amazing 5 hour with Kedar. We look for bringing him back with another update anytime soon. He's available. So don't forget to participate in our AI in practice competition with a prize pool of $5,000. The deadline is approaching, almost like a week and 10 days. Make sure you submit your projects. And this course is a good workshop to learn how to use AI, and also you can use some of the knowledge you learned in here to participate for this workshop or for this competition as well. Other than that, all is good, and appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, and see you soon. Bye. Thanks,
yeah.
Kedar.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.